Hello. What's up? Oh, no. God, I really need to get a better way of handling music on stream. I'm bad at it. What's up? Hello, everybody. Welcome. How's it going? And see, it's also because when I'm talking and there's music in the background, I start losing my head. What's up? Hello. Negative review, Delphi Star, Song Willow, Bling Bong, Mike 30, Chad Noir. Hi. What's good? Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? I'm good. Thank you for asking. I had very spicy Thai food yesterday, and it was delicious, and it's taking its revenge today. And that's the price you pay. Also, I was reminded of just how white I am and look, because they were like, hey, what level of spice do you want? And I have never been to a place that gave me more options than mild, medium, spicy. And I always just get medium because I like spice, but I don't like crazy spice. And so I always just get medium. Easy, simple, beautiful cover girl. And yesterday they were like, what spice level do you want? 1 to 6. And I was like, that's a lot of gradient. That's a lot of granular options that you're giving me. And so I chose 5 because I always think that medium's just like not quite enough. And then the waitress looked at me. The waitress looked at me and was like, it's really spicy. And the people, we were on a double date, and the people that me and Paige were with were like, do you like spicy stuff? I was like, yeah, I do like spicy stuff. And they were like, maybe a 4. And I'm like, okay. And the 4 was delicious. I did not have a problem. But it was just so funny. I was very in that moment like, right, I look like I cannot handle spice. even though I can. Oh, it was funny. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there we go. Sorry. I don't know if you guys heard that. I heard a little oh, man. What's up? I always tell the Thai restaurant to ignore that I'm white when I say hot. Yeah. Do you guys know that the Thai government invested heavily in promoting Thai cuisine into the US? I have heard this about several different cuisine across the world, that there's like there's very complicated like political machinations about like promoting your cuisine across the globe, which is wild to me, and I have very little opinion on because I'm just not a big food person. But you know what sort of person I am? I'm a Critical Role person. And that's what we're doing here today. If you don't know, I don't just talk to my chat about my day. This is Critical Eyes, where I watch through Critical Role Season 1, Campaign 1, you might say, Vox Machina. I've never seen it before. I've never seen any actual plays before, except what you guys have seen on this channel. But I've been DMing for a long time. And so I talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, and have a little bit of predictive fun along the way. And last episode was slow as hell. It was very slow, and I am excited for this one to maybe have some things maybe maybe actually happen in it. That would be cool to me. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Things happened last episode. It was just pretty slow. And so as we get closer to this ziggurat, I find myself asking the question more and more of like, I don't know where this is going for Matt, right? I don't know what Matt has prepped or planned or what have you. But the lead up to this is interesting because we've only seen 2 actual ziggurats so far. We've seen the one in the Slayer's Take, the Osisa one. Well, I would actually say we've seen 3. We've seen the one in Yog Viril, the one in Slayer's Take, and then the one in Whitestone. Yog Viril seemed to be coincidental, at least to me. It seemed to be like, or maybe not coincidental, but it didn't seem like the people that were there because of the ziggurat, or like they like sought out Yog Viril because of the ziggurat. It seemed like it was more like kind of coincidental of like, oh yeah, maybe they're using the ziggurat somehow, but they didn't like seek it out. The Briarwoods much more clearly sought it out, or at least to me, it seems like they much more clearly sought it out. And Osisa seems like pretty tied in with hers. And these cultists are weird because the other 2 that we had that were purposefully sought out with the Briarwoods and Osisa, or like, you know, very like purposefully tied together, have like these individuals at the helm. But we don't have any sort of individual to latch on to when it comes to this new cult. It's just creepy dudes in robes doing stuff around the ziggurat. And like, that's certainly okay because we still have the previous one, the Whitestone one, to like kind of latch onto narratively. But it's interesting from the perspective of like a dungeon. And it leads me into sort of thinking that this, you know, I've sort of been calling it a dungeon or referring to it as a dungeon. But I don't know. It's interesting. It's I'm really debating how much desire Matt would have to introduce a new faction at this point. A seemingly leaderless faction, unless he's also going to introduce a leader. Which at that point, I don't know. I don't know if it's too late to introduce a leader. It seems pretty late, unless the leader is someone like Vecna or Thurisdun that has been sort of pre-established. But they're, I don't know if any of these thoughts are even like tying together because it's a very jumbled soup in my head. But it's like, it feels to me like if these are just like an evil cult, Matt would not introduce a full faction from scratch. So they would need to have some sort of leader or patron, probably Thurisdun or Vecna. But a dungeon and like an environment like this, and even a ziggurat in general, I think is best utilized towards characterizing things or people. And so I would sort of expect for us to get some characterization of Tharizdun or Vecna, of the leader, because they are going to be more like definitional and related to whatever quest comes after this than they're like lackeys, right? If it was going to be like a whole faction of evil people, we would need more time with that. But we don't, we're sort of running out of time in the campaign. And so with all of that in mind, we haven't really gotten any sort of characterization of anyone except for these faces. But the faces seem, I don't know, I can't really determine what they would be telling me about Vecna or Tharizdun, but I don't necessarily need to yet. And I'm thinking about, like, what sort of scene are we headed towards? Because these faces, I would say, are like for resource drains. Same thing with these skeletons. Skeletons are sort of resource drains, sort of getting Ashley back into the process of playing in combat. And you only really need that second part, like getting her back into, combat type mindset, if there's going to be a combat. But if there's going to be a combat, then we'll either need to like see an image of the leader, like a recorded message of some kind. There needs to be like I don't think we're going to fight the leader right now. But also the dungeon should revolve around characterizing the leader. So if we're going to fight, is the leader going to escape? Is it going to be a lackey of the leader that's like talking to the leader on an orb? Sort of Palpatine-esque? Or like Brimscythe, having the orbs of the other dragons in his lair? Like, is that going to be our kind of nod towards the leader, or helping us, know who we're even characterizing? I don't know. I can't totally tell what we're headed towards. In sort of a weird way for how much time we've spent. But part of why we've spent so much time is sort of out of other meta factors. So I don't know. Just it's a weird. It's weird. It's strange. Because especially during all of these previous arcs, like the Hell's arc, the Pike's family, Terry's arc, I kept thinking about like big inciting incidents. I kept thinking of like big like hooks. And this was just so soft. It was so soft that almost like strangely it makes me feel like we're about to see something big. Like the lead into this was so soft that I feel like there's an opportunity for subversion almost, where you don't build up a ton of momentum and then like almost jump scare your players with a very big, like out of nowhere plot development. I don't know. I don't know that I would love that if that happened. I'm very at a loss for what to predict. Like I was thinking about like, what do I think is going to happen next? And so much, I don't know. It feels very confused. Like the whole kind of setup here feels very confused. But maybe I won't think that once I see what it's actually headed towards. So, with that all said, I think minute 15, we're going to start pretty early. I think I'm going to get started because and take it as critique, take it as compliment, who knows? It'll all depend on what we're headed towards as to whether or not me not being able to see it coming is a good thing or not. Yeah, we'll see. Let's do it. Let's get into it. It feels weird to start this early, but I'm gonna press play. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I don't feel weird about pressing play this early. I'm gonna do it. Watch me.
Before, but the path you previously stepped from.
They sound like skeletons or heavier?
From just your passing hearing, they sound like patterned footsteps.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on everybody.
Okay.
They're pretty quiet down.
Oh, and I guess not a matt recap, obviously, but a sort of mega recap. They are just getting out of the mansion. They killed all the skeletons outside, and they're moving forward. That's about it.
We're inside a glowing door. I think they know where we are.
So you guys all like
Yes.
close the door to the mansion? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to close the door to the mansion, but turn out the lights in the mansion so you can't see.
No one's home. Out of candy. No trick or treating.
All right. Up the hall, you watch as two humanoid figures with hoods are carrying both on each side of some sort of looks like a chest or a crate that has handles, and they just kind of pass the open way and then continue going.
You've seen that? You've seen that?
Yeah.
Those are the guys. We should always let's go kill them. Can I murder one first? Yes. Thank you. Wait.
I shoot.
You're still inside the mansion.
I thought she said the door was just barely open.
Yeah, but they're not walking by because you guys made the door way back in the tunnel. You see them up towards the T-juncture. So you guys would have to leave the mansion and
We
get there
sneak
quickly.
out. Let's go. We sneak out. Shoot from behind.
Stealth check for those who are moving forward.
Maybe we should all go.
No, if you feel like it, you can go. The team.
Pass me that trace, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's tend to our stuff, those.
All right. So those are moving forward. Stealth check. Happy 100.
24.
24.
27.
27. Anybody else moving forward with
A
them?
little bit behind them.
All right, stealth
It's
checks.
going to be 22. 28.
28. Okay.
Wait, are we all going?
Up to you guys. Whoever's going.
And we had what?
Did everyone else leave?
20.
If he's going,
okay.
I'm going.
I'm behind you guys.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
He's getting out.
yeah, we're letting him go first.
Oh, I'm behind, but I'm going. Yeah.
You do have advantage on your stealth check because your boots spike.
Table right is hanging back behind the twins.
Okay.
16 plus 10. Oh, so 26.
26. Okay. All right. Everyone got above 20.
Tyrion's still asleep.
Tyrion is still asleep. Okay. All right. So you guys all carefully move forward. The twins, you at full stealthing pace, make it to the corner, and as you crest on the side, about 20, 25 feet up, you see the two humanoid figures with like the hoods are kind of like an rough point that kind of hangs to one side. It looks like some sort of a leathery or rubbery substance from just a little bit of light that's coming through. It's hard to really tell. And they're wearing long black cloth, like a tunic, and what looks to be like dark leather or thick black cloth pants and boots. Not boots and pants and boots and pants. Not glove pants, but they're both just carrying this chest along, and they're just quietly moving along.
I bring shot weapon.
Okay, so you roll for your attack on the one on the right, on the front that's closest to you or the further?
Left.
Well, they're both kind of moving away from you. So
You're further. I'm.
I'll go with the further one.
okay,
Should I roll 2 for attack?
yeah, because they don't know you're there, so you have advantage on this.
Ooh.
29.
That hits.
This is assassinate critical.
Yes, it is. It's an auto crit.
So, I'm an assassin too.
Correct.
So I get an.
Also, the way that things are going, it seems to me that Terry might be exiting the party as a whole, and that Scanlan might be taking his place. And like Scanlan will be coming back into the hole that Terry is leaving. And I hope that doesn't happen, but I don't know if I will get my wish. Because the way that Sam has sort of been playing them and like the things that have been being said, it feels to me like Terry might be getting soft retired and Scanlan is like possibly coming back for the rest of the campaign. Which, if that were to be the case, I would understand. I would just be sad because I like Terry more. And that's it.
Automatic.
Auto crit. If you're level 3, you do. So both you guys auto crit.
Sweet. Oh, so I double all my dice.
Yep, including the member shot.
shit!
That's the end of both of them.
Ooh.
It's going to be a cadaver fern.
20, 40. Oh, new chest. Plus 12 is 52.
Blankets in it. It's weird.
260.
I'm working on a quilt.
I was gonna say the quilt from your grandmother. Yeah.
52.
Stunning. So much history.
66.
This thing was worth dying for.
66 on the first hit, and he's
66 damage?
for the arrow, yeah.
Okay.
8 on the first hit.
Oh, wait, I didn't do my sneak attack damage.
Just obliterate anything.
And I'm using, bonus action here.
If it's like
For all kinds of action.
Okay.
And I got a critical on it. Roll a 20.
Roll a 20 on the second one?
Yes, just.
Okay, roll damage for that.
76 for the first hit.
Okay. In an instant, don't worry about the second attack, critical damage on that. Both of them just go. Just. Alrighty. So
what's in the box?
What's in the box? Crap.
you go and lift the box.
We check every check.
Okay, investigation check.
Man, and the skeletons and these two cultists, like obviously they are assassins, and they did do quite a lot of damage, obviously, but it sort of feels like Matt is, like, if we're talking about, like, what does the dungeon characterize? Like, what is the dungeon communicating to us in its, like, setup? It is that these dudes are chumps. Like, their traps were fine. Like, their glyph of warding was fine. But that wasn't too difficult for Vox to deal with. The skeletons were basically nothing. They are basically nothing in terms of, like, a challenge. And Matt is sort of doing the inverse of something that I talked about in stream 1, which was, or maybe stream 2, of, like, putting your characters into, or having your players put their characters into a marching order is like a way to, like, psychologically put them on edge. Or not a way to, but it will just put them on edge no matter what. Because marching order kind of only matters if there are threats around, right? And Matt is sort of doing a similar thing, but that sort of achieves the opposite of not putting them into initiative for any of this. Like, not putting them into initiative for, even when they were in the marching order, for any of the traps, for these skeletons, for the cultists. And it's very, like, I think it is very thoroughly, how do I say it? In a place where I would possibly expect the threat to be rising, not having them go into initiative, yes, is making everything faster, which is nice from that perspective. But even more so, it's making them pretty explicitly not feel like a threat that, like, would require initiative to solve or resolve. And so in a place where, like, you might be, like, you know, wanting to start to mount that, Matt is, it feels like, like, specifically avoiding it, which is very interesting. It's not, yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. The baddies are being used for storytelling more than it's a threat at the moment. Well, whether or not these cultists are threats sort of is the storytelling. You know what I'm saying? Like, these individual cult members, whether or not they are worth sort of fighting for Vox Machina at this moment is itself characterizing the whole situation. Like, if these guys are on the level of, say, a Riskel Daxio, who seemed to be, you know, a peon compared to the Briarwoods. I mean, he was like the lead architect, but architects aren't necessarily known for fighting. So putting these cultists sort of lower in the hierarchy of threat than even someone like Riskel means that they are really, really like chumps. And because we have no one else that we sort of assume that they're working under, like when Lionel has told us the story, it sounds like it is just like a group of dudes. Like, we have not had any sort of leadership or even like lieutenants, you know, even like slightly higher ranking members highlighted. It's very interesting. It's the what it's really giving me right now is a sense of like, these guys don't know what they're messing with. That's the current feel that I'm getting from these, is that like, these are people that are so much less powerful than Vox Machina. There's no way that they are intentionally attempting to threaten Vox or intentionally summoning a threat or engaging in a ritual that could be a threat to Vox. But I could see a sort of moment when they get in of Vox being like, you stupid fools, you don't know what you've done. And they're like, we're ascending to godhood. Vox Machina, fuck you. And then they fucking get slaughtered by the thing that they summon. Like, very, I'm trying to think of a media touchstone to compare it to, of like, idiot cultist that doesn't know what they're doing. Sort of Ark of the Covenant-esque. Where, like, but instead of, like, you know, getting, like, the Nazis getting their just desserts, by getting murdered by angels. Instead of that, it will be like, yes, we are going to summon the demon, but we know its true name. It will be bound to us. And then they summon the demon and they try to do the whole true name bullshit. And the demon's like, the fuck are you talking about? And just like fucking slaughters them all. And now we have our real villain that actually threatens Vox. That's the sort of thing I feel like we're sort of headed towards, is this this almost characterization of like, they're playing, these cultists are way out of their depth. That's what I'm getting so far. But we'll see. They were cultist roadies. The very intelligent and eloquent Lionel. Well, true. Yeah, it's all Call of Cthulhu. The demon's real name isn't Fred. Yeah. That sort of thing. That's what I'm. Yeah. We'll see. Because it feels so intentional on Matt's part, but maybe it's not. Or maybe it's just to be an ant stomp. Who knows? We'll see.
Let's both check.
Okay. Well,
What the fuck? What's going on tonight? Talk about the 100th episode mojo here.
well, everybody
Unless you're grog. Sorry, buddy.
Fucking leave it in the past.
Alrighty. So, who rolled investigation on that one?
He did.
All right, what'd you get?
20.
20.
Natural 20.
A natural, sorry, from suspect. Yeah, no, it is not trapped. It is not locked. It is just closed.
Fix man.
Lift it off. Inside, you see what looks like a polished stone of smooth jade that is affixed to like a gray leather band that loops in the back. You see what appears to be a scimitar, a very.
A what? A polished stone of smooth jade.
Well, like a gray leather band that loops in the back.
Smooth jade that is affixed to a gray loop?
It's like a polished stone of smooth jade that is affixed to like a gray leather band that loops.
Oh, a gray leather band that loops in the back. Is this their fucking, you know? So, there was that detail from Lionel's story about how one of the cultists jumped in, which struck me as dumb cultist shit at the time. Like, that's kind of all I thought it was. I was just like, oh, it's supposed to characterize that, like, they're crazy. I don't know. Like, I didn't really think about it all that deeply. But this, to me, this polished Modus Muj that is affixed to a leather band, this is giving me magical keycard energy. This is giving me, like, you're allowed through the magic door. Sort of a vibe. And so, because we didn't see anything similar to this in Whitestone, but also it's not like Delilah jumped in. So my only recollection, what did I've constantly debated what Ripley was going to do on the Glint Shore. She mentioned a ritual on the Glint Shore. Did I write down her exact words? No, it doesn't. Oh, do I want to go back and try to find it? I don't think I do. But I'm wondering if, like, Vex was able to see through the siphon with her arrow. We know that energy so we know that something can be transferred through without being fundamentally destroyed. It just seems that all of the experiments that the wizards that Vox Machina employed to experiment, all of their experiments never got anything to go through without being destroyed, or never got anything back. But it could be that they just didn't have the key card. And maybe even the Briarwoods didn't even have the key card. And so this is not about our cultists summoning anything here. And on the Glint Shore, they found the gate scroll. And I've theorized for a long time about the, like, relationship between the siphons and gate as, like, a spell. And so it could be that if you have this, like, magical fucking stabilizer, I don't know what the fuck it's going to be called, that it will prevent your, like, essence from breaking apart along the journey, or at the very least reform it on the other side. And so this is less about the cultists summoning something here and more going to join their master in the plane that he's preparing his armed forces in. Which could be very interesting and would explain a lot of the lackey sort of energy that's going on here. And would be an interesting hook. They'll need, if it's going to work as a hook, I think Matt will have to put some sort of restriction. There's going to have to be some reason that Vox would want to go through the portal themselves and they won't be able to do it later. So I'm imagining something along the lines of, like, they see some of the cultists go in, they kind of figure out what's happening, they're spying on it, and then maybe they kill some of the cultists, or maybe they just wait until all of the cultists go through. Either way, the gate starts destabilizing, and they have to make a decision on whether or not they're going to jump across the event horizon in this case. Like whether they're going to cross that threshold or whether they're going to stay out here. And that is very dependent on how well Matt convinces them, or not convinces them, how much perceivable like benefit there is to even going through the portal in the first place and not just staying out here. Like danger versus reward or information or what have you. If they overheard something about Master Thorisdon is gathering his forces, we will go to meet them in the plain of elsewhere. Like, they need to, like, overhear some sort of cultist plans, possibly, and get the sense that the only way to stop it is, like, go through now. Or, if they don't go through now, then they are essentially informed that an invasion is on their way. So either we get a, like, spec ops, paratrooper, parachuting in behind enemy lines sort of sequence with them going into the portal and maybe trying to disrupt whatever's going on that side. Or we get they now know an invasion is coming and they need to prepare for it on this side. And either one of those could be pretty interesting. I think that might be where this is going. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah. So this isn't a dungeon, but a heist, and now we have the keyboard. Are they going to swipe we have the key card, are they going to swipe uniforms? Maybe. Maybe this, yeah. I could definitely see this being a sort of special agent Vox Machina sort of situation, and they leave, like, Lionel on the outside to, like, go back and tell Kaylee what's going on and, like, communicate back to Whitestone. That way they can, like, justify, not needing to be concerned about Lionel, as an NPC along the way the whole time. And they could even theoretically do the same with Pike and or Scanlan or Terry. There's like a very explicit excuse as to how they could get rid of some of the people they've collected over the past session or so. Is like, we need to do this now. You guys go and tell everyone what's going on so that you can prepare in case we fail, sort of scenario. We'll see. That could be kind of cool. I could be kind of into that. That'd be fun. Did all heists have a tech guy? Did Maya just merge Exandria with Nern? Oh, with the Elsewhere? I don't know. Elsewhere is just a good name for like an extra planar area. Say Elsewhere. Maybe that's how the Glintshore fits in. That's where they find the final red key card. They have to go to all of the islands to pick up all the stones, Zelda style. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
In the back, you see what appears to be a scimitar, a very well-made scimitar that has a series of pearlescent gems put across the hilt. It has a very Marquesian flair to it. And you see what appears to be a rusty iron sphere. It's about 3 inches in diameter and weighs about a pound. It has like a bunch of really strange, just kind of shapes and designs, almost like it's made from a bunch of condensed chains that were then melted down into a single sphere. It has a really rough texture on the outside.
Oh. I think that's just a magic item. I think that's it's like Chains of Kankari or something. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but I think I know exactly what that is. I mean, shit, these could all just be random magic items now that I went off on a whole theory crafting course about what these could be. That could just be a magic item, and they're just throwing magic items into the portal to build it. That it could kind of be just that simple. Ah.
Can we drag the box back to the mansion?
Yeah, drag back. I mean, the box, like, it has looks like some food and like some blankets and things that are meant to keep them kind of like hidden. So you kind of search through as you find them. So those are the only things of interest that are in the box. The rest of it just seems to be almost to fill the space.
Can we hide the bodies?
Sure, you guys drag the bodies back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And dust of tracelessness to like hide with
Okay.
it.
Take the clips.
You want me to take
Okay.
the bodies?
Yeah.
I put the bodies in the bag of holding.
Okay. The opening's about that big, so it takes you a second. It's just like when you had to put Dork the ox in there. It's like trying to fit a king size pillow in like a twin size pillowcase.
It's like reverse birth, yes.
No, whatever you need to do to feel better, man.
I'm trying to get over these double ones, man. I'm working it out.
Perfect.
I'm
Okay.
curious about this. A couple things here.
Don't touch any of it until we get tired
Well,
of it.
they drag the bodies back. Percy and I take the robes and
We're gonna strip the
Bodies.
cult members of their culty pants and culty.
Of their
culty-
culty
Okay.
pants.
So first of all, feel like
I-
they're currently wearing.
can I study one of the guys' face and kind of take that for alter self?
Sure. Easy enough. You guys also find both of them have what looks like a dark iron symbol hanging around their neck that's kind of hidden underneath the robes. It resembles like a 4-pronged pitchfork that has a single rod beneath it that forms into a loop.
What? Do you have a picture? So you
Uh,
can draw
You have a
us
picture?
one?
I'm gonna sketch it for you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'd also love to see a picture. What?
I spilled coffee on my paper and it looks like David Mack watercolor.
Yeah, it's H.
Wow.
Yeah.
A little bit of charm.
Yeah.
A little bit of
Well, I also wait. So it was like a dark iron amulet. Was that correct? You find both of them dark iron symbol. Okay, dark iron symbol around their neck. Okay.
better. Hey, in the store tonight,
It looks
we've got lots of
kind of like that.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah. So you have the corpses both being stuffed into the bag of holding. You guys find the whatever symbols are hanging. The robes are on you.
We're going back to Terry.
Okay, go back to Terry.
Wait. Did he show them? Are they passing it around? Did he not show us?
Watercolor.
Yeah, it's H.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of Max better.
Yeah.
Max better. Hey, in the store tonight,
It looks
we've got lots of
kind of like that.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I got it at the last second. I saw like a frame where it wasn't washed out. So it looks like this. So it's like that, and then the rod, and then the 4-pronged pitchfork. Huh. Okay. Huh. I have absolutely no idea what that means. I don't recognize that in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Sure. That's probably like a pretty iconic image that I'm just unaware of. But cool. I love me a vague symbol, so I'm not mad about it. I love me a vague, weird symbol. So I am ready to ride it out, but interesting. I have no idea what that could mean. Huh. This is one of the places where TCR technically suffers from mostly ignoring the audience. They could have had the map scanned and ready to display to the audience. This is true. I think even honestly, which like this is one of those things that like I just sort of assume they'll get better at, especially once they go independent. This feels like one of the things that would be the most challenging about them being part of Geek and Sundry, in which they are only one show, where it's like Geek and Sundry has this broad production framework built up that would probably make it really easy to spin up certain ideas or certain like aspects of their show compared to other parts. But it's going to really hamper their ability to make specific like design and production decisions that would be like really, really specifically good for them, but wouldn't really be applicable to other shows. And so that's why how do I say it? I'm maybe not as worried about it like in the long term, because I think once they go, or like once they split from GNS, oh fuck! I thought I was gonna sneeze, and it still kind of feels like I have to. Once they go off on their own, they'll be able to make some more specific design decisions, like having a like quick scene to like pan in on something that Matt wants to show the audience, or wants to like show the players but also let the audience see, like, or even just having producers and camera people, or like just people behind the board like operating audio and all that are specifically for Critical Role and are specifically prepared and watching for like Matt to hold something up and have like a fucking white balance quick button for when they zoom in on that. Like all of those sorts of things that you probably don't really need on other Geek and Sundry shows. You know what I'm saying? Like other Geek and Sundry shows probably don't need all of that. They're probably not improv drawing something and then showing it to the audience and other people on set that often. So it's just not something that they would put time into, So I'm pretty optimistic that once they sort of split, that those sorts of things will get a lot better. Yeah. Anyways. Interesting symbol.
Kind of, yeah. So they have the corpses both being stuffed into the bag of holding. You guys find the whatever symbols are hanging. The robes are on you.
We're going back to Terry.
Okay, go back to Terry.
34, 35. Other side, Doty. One.
We're in the mention.
Oh, hello.
Terry?
Yes, I'm not decent yet.
Terry, I've seen you naked.
Great, so you're fine. Come in. Thank you. Hello. We have a box of crazy shit. Will you look at it and tell us what we're looking at? Of course.
What are you doing in here? Why didn't you come down there with us?
I'm doing my daily preparations. I had to pluck my eyebrows. I had to comb my hair. My unmentionables needed to be washed and...
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
I will identify these objects.
Okay, easy enough to do as a ritual for each. The scimitars. A scimitar of speed.
Oh, I'm jacked in.
You can go. You go. You got 30 feet of jack.
All right, don't go so far. These are the other two items you
Oh
find.
my god, there's so many items.
Whoa.
What we have here is a scimitar of speed. You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, you can make one attack with it as a bonus action in each of your turns.
Shut up. Is it tunable? Do you have to attune it?
Probably.
Yes, you do.
But maybe this guy can do it. We've also found the third eye of awareness. A single polished stone of smooth jade is affixed to a gray leather band that loops in the back. The wearer gains advantage on initiative. Not attunable.
We're in the room.
I'm an assassin of the highest caliber.
Terry, I'm your best friend.
Okay, so not a magic key card. Yeah, no comment about the plethora of magic items. And I mean, there's something to be said. Well, maybe I do have a comment. In that, regardless of anything else I might say about how many fucking magic items Vox Machina has, if Matt was going to deliver magic items anyways, I think that was on the interesting side of how to do it. Of like, just having these random magic items that seem to have nothing to do with each other, just in a crate. The cultists aren't wearing them, right? It's not like they're looting them off of the cultist bodies. They are very clearly supplies of some manner. So they have like a nice plot working. Does Vox Machina Vox Machina still has way too many magic items, but I can. You take the good with the bad. I don't know. That is. I'm glad at least they were used in that way.
Oh. Little elf girl.
Oh wait, is it a necklace?
No, it's a
headband.
leather band. Of course Vex gets this. All the times we've had together.
Where are the other eyes of awareness? Have you guys come across those in here?
There's only two.
They said that's the third one.
Oh, it's the third eye of awareness. No, it's like the third.
You know, this is a rare time, or maybe not a rare time, but this is like I think a good example of a time where I think how it was handled. How do I say it? Unless we find out other information that like contradicts this, it feels like something that doesn't make sense in the fiction if you think too hard about it. But if you're not thinking too hard about it, the fact that they're not wearing them, I think communicates something about the story that could not have been communicated were they to be wearing them, right? And so I think this is a sort of circumstance of Matt thinking about, I think, maybe correct's the wrong word, but like a good way to use magic items within the story to communicate something, to foreshadow some stuff. And then just like deciding that it would be magic items and then looking for the specific magic items that he wanted to put in there and not thinking about the sort of knock-on effects of there being useful non-requiring attunement magic items in there that like, because he just wanted to give those to Vox and he wanted there to be magic items in the box for the purposes of the story. And he didn't really think about how the two necessarily would impact each other. And honestly, I think fair enough. So, like, I think we can probably come up with some sort of reason in our heads to justify it. And prioritizing Vox actually wanting to use the items that he's giving them and prioritizing their place in the story over those necessarily working together super naturally. I think it's better to prioritize those first two things rather than prioritizing them being supernatural. Because I think it only looks weird if you, like, squint at it, you know? I would assume random wench people don't know what was in the crate. Even the people that, like, I could argue down why I think it doesn't make sense of, like, well, then their lieutenants or their overseers might be wearing it or blah, 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 blah. But it kind of ultimately doesn't matter because I think that explanation is less important than the other two priorities. I think that's like third or lower on the priority list. You know. I kind of want to start the Steve the Cultist accountant now. That's Acquisitions Incorporated. So yeah, interesting. I don't know.
This item is called the Iron Bands of Bilaro. This rusty iron steel measures 3 inches in diameter and weighs 1 pound. Like my dick.
I didn't. That's no. They didn't. Wait.
They required.
You can use an action to speak the command word and throw the sphere at a huge or smaller creature, like my dick, that you can see within 60 feet of you. As the sphere moves through the air, it opens into a tangle of metal bands, like my dick. Make a ranged attack roll with an attack bonus equal to your dex modifier plus your blah blah blah. If you hit it, the target is restrained until you take a bonus action to speak a command word and release it. Doing so, or missing, causes the bands to contract and become a sphere once more. So it's like a trap ball. Trap ball.
It's kind of like, in Doctor Strange, that like prison
Oh, that thing.
exoskeleton that it threw on him. It's kind of like that.
Once the band is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. I like my dick.
Harry, you've never been quite so obsessed with your dick before.
It's just that gnome. He's so weird. He rubs off on people.
How are you
Like my
doing?
dick. Oh, I'm doing it
Yeah,
again.
you're doing it. How are you? You've been hiding a lot.
Well, it seems like you guys are working through a thing, and I should really be getting back home anyway. And
No.
I don't know. I don't feel quite as needed anymore.
Oh no.
You're not, I don't think.
You're not there.
How did he get in here?
And you turn around and realize that Lionel has followed you into the room.
What else does I have to do?
After this is all done, I'll say my proper goodbyes. But I should be going. He's your best guy, right? You need him. He's part of the team. He always has been.
You're my best guy.
I love you both. I'm definitely poor for having known you, though.
Oh. You were poor without knowing us. You just didn't realize it.
I mean, poorer and richer. No?
That's true.
Yeah.
Your family's actually poorer because of you. So.
This mansion disappears in 24 hours, so you can't just hide in here.
All right. I'll come outside. Dodie, get my armor ready. Spritz it.
Dodie pulls an arm up, and you can see one of the other slight changes that they had made in its construction is a slight mister. On the other hand, it goes,
For your face or for your armor?
His armor.
Oh my god.
well, depends on how hot the day is.
Freddie, where's Fred?
I feel like Percy would like this a lot. We found something that you might enjoy.
Yeah.
By the way.
What's
is
this?
it?
Scimitar of Speed. Well, I think you might like this thing. I think you could come up with very creative solutions with that. This could go. Huh. Yes. Yes, I think I could do something with this.
Well, let's go kill some shit. Shall we? Come on.
I've even got a code word for it.
A code word.
There's a code word.
You have to speak a word to make it work.
Command word, yeah.
Can I
you know
program the
what it
word?
means?
I'll say sure.
I've programmed it. Perfect.
All right. So,
I put this on.
Programmable.
okay, put that on. All right. Who is
I'm not even gonna necessarily say if it's bad or good here, because we're already so off of any semblance of pace that I'm just gonna stop mentioning it in regards to this actual session. But it is good to note that giving your players a bunch of magic items all at once to read is a sharp fucking put the brakes on the pace. It is them just going to be reading it in conjunction with their other stuff that they already have, thinking about ways they could use it. And you'll notice, like, none of that is bad. Like, they're thinking through, like, interesting scenarios in their head, likely. But it's not good if you're, like, really wanting to build some momentum. Which doesn't seem like is super on Matt's mind. But definitely something to consider, especially when you are building a dungeon or you're, say, giving them magic items not like before the end of something. You know, when magic items are given as a reward, or they're like on the big bad's body, or they're in a secret chest that you get at the end of a Skyrim dungeon, right? That is kind of after the climax. It's during the falling action. It's when you're okay with the brakes really getting put on the momentum of sort of player action, because after all of the action has already kind of occurred. But it's definitely something to consider if you're looking at putting it like ahead of the climax or the somewhere within the rising action. If you're looking at putting it somewhere earlier in the dungeon, when you're trying to build threat and you're trying to make them think about the plot or the environment or whatever, giving magic items, and especially multiple, can really put a damper on that. It's definitely something to consider, because magic items are great and they should be used and they should be given out, but something to think about. You just wish Matt was thinking more about the pacing. I've given up hoping. Now I'm more just in advice mode of, hey, y'all should think about pacing. Because for all I know, at this point, this could be purposeful. Matt might want them to not build up any momentum and is like purposefully putting brakes or like arrestments in the pace in there on purpose. Like, I can tell so little of what Matt's trying to do here, I feel like, that I could see that being the case. Yeah. Okay. It's time to run ads, or it's like an hour in. I don't want to run ads, but I do want to make myself some tea during a break. So I'm going to go put on the kettle really, really fast. And then we'll take a break in like 3 minutes when the kettle's done heating. So I'll be right back. Not a real break. This is a mini break. All right, I'm back. Let's all talk about spoilers. Yeah. Clearly, no pacing works. I mean, Critical Role is very popular. I mean, I wouldn't say that Matt has never thought about pacing ever. And I think he has incredible dramatic timing. It's more that I think I think there are possibly, it's not a binary works or doesn't work. It's a, could be better, could be worse sort of thing for me. So everyone knows who Darth Vader is, right? No spoilers. No spoilers for that 30-year-old movie or whatever. How old is the original Star Wars at this point? I couldn't even tell you.
Is going where? What are you doing?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, would you like this, either of you? It's
Pretty funny.
Not my bag.
It's very Percy.
And a +2 bonus to
Thank you.
rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, you can make it anytime. It's a weapon?
All right, so it's fine, guys. What are you doing?
Let's go. We should go.
We should go attack things.
Campfire.
Well, let's go quietly, you and I. Take point and see
And
what the hell is out
head
there.
deeper in.
Yeah, we're going in.
See where the people have
All
been.
right.
Twins are in the lead.
New stealth check for you
Stealthy
guys?
stealth.
Got combat?
Still have fast letter trace go in.
Everybody roll. Who's walking?
We all
Uh,
We're all leaving.
Sammy, did you bring a Scanlan?
Natural 20.
All right.
That's a 69. That's a 6.
All right, so across the board.
This one, 6. What are we rolling?
Stealth.
Stealth.
Oh, I did that right.
Yes.
23.
23?
With a 10?
With the,
35.
Is it with the 10? Yeah.
Well,
Natural
you did-
20.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
19.
Roll the 2, so it's 20 arrows and plus 6 in there.
Yeah.
Reliable talent, man. It's awesome.
That's a 6, yeah.
29.
I got 23.
19.
Plus 10?
Yeah, it's with 10.
Yeah.
20, 23, 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Scanlan, Terry, and 30.
Yeah.
Tried to leave him behind, guys.
But in the next one, he'll just pop out and then he'll be sitting in a tunnel by himself.
Man, you gotta pay for it.
Yeah, you got to juggle
With
these balls.
the-
All righty.
Sorry, Matt. What do we do? He's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill one of them.
That's gonna kill one of us.
Yeah.
What do you what?
Juggle the balls.
What should we do?
Let's go.
All right, you move further into the tunnel.
Wow, yeah, twins in the lead, point, traps,
Mansion.
all that.
All right.
Traps.
Searching, keeping an eye out for any other people as well.
All right.
or-
It's only about 80 feet before it seems to open up slightly into.
Now I'm just highlighting all of the things that I have kind of already talked about of like, yup, managing all of these characters is kind of gonna be tough no matter what. And I think some people could like, I think an argument could be made. I wouldn't make it. Or at least I don't believe it. But an argument could be made of like, the players should just acknowledge the like out of fiction complications from bringing Terry along. Like, you just heard Sam say like, I tried to leave him behind. And then Laura's like, well, we can't just leave him. He'll be alone in the tunnel. And an argument could be made that Laura should just ignore that. Like, Laura should just ignore that in favor of the story. I would not be on that side of the argument. I think that when you ask the players to start ignoring the very, very in your face natural repercussions of the story, you get into some weird places. Because certainly we're all going to have different levels that we can suspend our disbelief. There's always going to be certain aspects of the story that don't quite make sense or don't quite work or whatever. You know, none of us are pure experts, and even if we were, this is improv. So there's always going to be little things that you have to sort of suspend your disbelief for. We've talked at length about how we have to suspend our disbelief about the effects of magic, of like the 5e spell casting and the crazy ripple effects that it would have on the fabric of society as we know it. And how the D&D world should just be alien and unrecognizable due to the influence of those magics. So we have to suspend disbelief to some extent. But when it is there has to be a line. And your players are all going to have their own line. And unless it is intensely unreasonable as a line, kind of on either side, I think it is important for players to like be able to respect their own line. I think it's important for Laura to be able to say like, that doesn't make sense to me within the story. And I don't think, especially when it is like that far, like that kind of definitive and obvious of like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. We're just doing it so that Sam doesn't have to play two characters. If that doesn't make sense to her enough that she can't suspend her disbelief, I think that's okay. And that is like not on her. And that is like something that you have to find an excuse for. You need to like eliminate one of these characters. And to their credit, like they have started to develop excuses. But even those excuses are tough to like suspend your disbelief for. And so all of this is more to point out and to warn against emulating CR here with Scanlan and Terry and Sam's, characters. It's not off the table. It is absolutely something you can do and you can experiment with, but bringing back a retired character comes with a massive litany of complications. So I would just be wary of it. And if you do it, remember all of the little tiny issues that sort of spawned from Sam and Critical Role as a whole doing this. And weigh out if that is worth it to you. Yeah. Getting to grief Sam in general has to be a win. I mean, that's very fair. Like, I don't even necessarily... That's why I'm saying it's not off the table. You just have to be aware of the downsides. Yeah. I'm actively making a game where every player has at least two characters, and now I'm wondering if I'm an ass for that. I wouldn't say you're an ass. I will say you should probably think through some of these issues ahead of time. Maybe make some sort of world building conceit as to why one or, most of the time only one is being played at any given time. you know, similar to some of the discussions we've had around like make a conceit for why Pike can kind of just come in and out so that we don't have to role play her coming in and out every time. I'd at the very least consider doing something like that because I think one of the biggest roadblocks here. Oh, is he good? Cool. One of the biggest roadblocks here is determining when and how to like switch characters. I'm not completely insane. Well, that's good. Oh, man. Okay. With that, we're going to take another quick break, but this one will be a more normal. I'm going to switch to the break screen. I'm going to go make myself some tea, a little bit of a concoction for my voice, and then we will be right back. And we'll watch them continue to very slowly trudge through these tunnels, man. What's up? Hello. Thank you for the 19 months, Albie. And negative review. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. I've got my potion, my elixir, and I am ready to see them actually see something. Let's do it.
Some, like, the winding tunnel tends to open up a little bit. So make another investigation check partway up, about halfway to that period.
God damn it.
18.
Okay. You make your way there, and
I see nothing.
you begin to push towards the entranceway. The soft dust in the ground as you're walking, which is the same coloration of the rest of the stonework. Vax, you step on one section that seems to step in a little further than the others, and you feel a...
Don't nobody move. Don't move.
I need you and Vex. And who's following them?
Everybody was
I
following.
need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
What? Saving throws are up here.
I'm using my first luck of the new day. Okay?
Great, that's the third one then?
It's the first one of the day. Oh, I can reroll saving throw.
All right, Grog.
I'm burning that. 17.
17, you take 36 points of necrotic damage. Pike,
5.
36 points of necrotic damage.
Constitution
Sure,
saving throw.
okay.
Yep. Vex,
16.
36 points of necrotic damage.
18, but armor after those faces is set to necrotic damage.
Right, because you never unset it from that. Okay. All right, I'll let you do that. All right, so that brings you to, instead of 36, it's 18.
Okay, so I rolled an 18.
Right, you did not succeed in the saving throw.
Right,
But you,
okay.
but you have
I had
it.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
20 total.
20 total, you take 16 points of necrotic damage. You make it.
Out of curiosity, is this a magic saving throw? I have is this a saving throw? I get.
Against the spell effect, yes.
Oh, no, I don't even have to use a resolve. That's 18, 19.
19 does not succeed.
Oh.
You take 36 points of necrotic damage.
36 points. For damage.
36 points of necrotic damage.
We don't have the bonus hit points either, do we?
Nope.
Okay.
Scanlan, 26.
Take 16 points of necrotic damage.
Was it 18
You
points?
just part of it.
Yes, 18.
Tyrion, 26.
Wow, 18 points of necrotic damage.
Dodie, 1.
Tony takes 36 points of necrotic damage.
36, okay.
Yes.
Great.
Alrighty. You watch as you pull back and the sand kind of sifts in and you can see another face beneath below with a burst of dark energy just echoes out in a 60-foot radius. It fills the hallway with this high-pitched shrieking sound. As it hits all of you and the breath escapes you for a second, this circle of death-like sphere that opens up around passes all of you and you hear the shriek echo through both sides of the hallway.
Oh, shit. Well, if anything's going to bring more skeletons, it's that.
Click my boots. I'm gonna burn my quick heal just to might as well.
Okay.
So.
So you guys doing pushing forward, staying where you are? What are you doing?
Did you heal us before we pop
Oh,
into
actually, yeah,
anything
no,
more?
no.
Can you heal us?
Yeah, I can heal it.
My boots.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
Do it. I'm doing this.
Okay.
Right here, battle
Perception
music.
check.
I'll cast Mask Cure Wounds.
Perception, right?
Tight.
Cure Wounds.
Yeah, Pike's doing this.
All right, Master Your Wounds. How much do they heal everybody?
3d8 plus spellcasting ability modifier.
Go for it. Oh, shit. So that, whatever you roll plus 5.
31%.
Okay. You listen out and you hear what sound like low voices, things shifting, a slight, like just general kind of humming sound. The bright light that was there before is not there at the moment. You still see the fire, but
Does this sound like anything I've ever heard before?
make an intelligence check.
Feels an extra 18
Thank you.
points.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You do remember it. It's the low hum that like temporarily appears was very close to the sound whenever anybody was throwing something into the dark sphere above the ziggurat.
I was wondering.
Right.
You said 18?
18 points, yeah.
They've heard that before?
Yeah.
Apparently, a different one.
No one's rolled initiative. No one knows where
Not
you're
yet. You haven't thrown into combat yet. You guys just hit a trap and heard things
If we
ahead.
can wait 60 seconds, I can make us an elemental.
Okay, well,
Would the magic fade if we get too close to the ziggurat, though?
maybe we'll have to fight things outside of the ziggurat.
It's a good question.
It's a good question.
I have a mild confession, and maybe I should have said this a little earlier.
Danger incoming.
But now I'm going to say it now. One night I might have sneaked down into the middle of the ziggurat and I stuck my hand in it.
What the fuck?
Why would you do that and what happened?
Well, I wanted to find out what would happen, and I find out it's real bad. It's really bad, is what I found out, and it nearly crushed my hand to a point of oblivion, and I think I got really lucky. So I think it just crushes anything that it tries to suck in.
But it's a doorway.
I totally forgot that they. In my head, they all knew about Keyleth doing that. I totally forgot, I guess, that they didn't. This is interesting. Particularly from the Like, it seems like, how do I say it? It's very interesting what Matt is doing to build tension or not. Of like, there are these traps and they seemed to raise some sort of alarm or alert, but nothing about the situation actually changed, at least as far as the players can tell. But we get that paired with them being able to hear this low hum, reminiscent of when people were throwing things into the ziggurat, and the battle music, which it's interesting. I don't know. It's the way that Matt uses music, and especially battle music, definitely is sort of like rolling initiative in these cases of like, you put on battle music, they know that like something is happening. Even though they didn't go into initiative, there's a sort of nonverbal communication there. But that is paired with the fact that nothing changes. And assumingly, their presence within this place has changed nothing. Because, like, they went and, like, fought the skeletons, presumably in the same general area that they were, no, not presumably, that they were in. They fought the skeletons in that area, and then cultists were just continuing to bring boxes right past that little point. So, like, presumably, they've been throwing shit into the ziggurat the whole time. Like, there's no, if we think about it too hard, there's no, like, reason that learning that should, like, really put a pep in their step in any way. Because, like, either that's just been what's happening, or it's really coincidental that they took an entire long rest, and it just so happens that at the end of their long rest is when they're actually throwing stuff in or, like, doing the end of the ritual. Like, it would feel very time contrived if it did matter. So it's very strange. It's very video gamey, like with some video games the music will change in a dangerous area. It's true. It's true. But that's then paired with the fact that this entire dungeon has sort of been characterized, at least in my opinion, as like not that dangerous. Even like 36 points of necrotic damage is a lot when it's applied to, you know, across the board to the entire party. But to any individual person, it's not that much, especially when they seem to be like closing in on the cultists who are seemingly very weak. Obviously, they could have stronger people there, but there's not like a huge reason for them to think this area is super dangerous. Yeah, it's all very, it's a little strange to me. Also, I believe Mercia made it misremembered because she definitely did it once during the battle in episode 34. That's what I thought, Mike 30. I thought she like did it during the whole sequence, like when they when the orb first got summoned. But maybe people just didn't see it. And so she still needed to like tell them, but she's just misremembering some of the specifics. I don't know.
Not an arrow through it.
It is.
Maybe you have to-
I think your arrow happened to be tiny and fast.
Well, Kiki,
Yeah?
those 60 seconds have passed.
Let's go.
You were talking instead of casting a spell. Do you want to take
Alright,
another minute to
never
cast a spell?
Let's.
Thanks for the convention, though.
All right. So what are you guys doing?
Moving forward.
All right.
But keeping an eye out for those.
All right.
Yeah, and like definitely since they've left the mansion, Matt has seemed to be verbally pushing them forward. Like, okay, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? You're just talking instead of casting a spell. What are you guys doing? And okay, yeah, I don't know. It's really gonna depend on what is there as to how I feel about a lot of this, because right now I'm mostly feeling conflicting signals.
Want to go elemental?
No, she wanted to summon an elemental.
Summon an elemental.
You guys rush forward, and like a hot wind is kind of picking up through the tunnel. You're not quite sure directionally where it's coming from. But as you move forward and through the winding passage, maybe 60 feet ahead as it opens up, you see it kind of splits into two different pathways of natural interior rock formations, and you can see a larger chamber beyond that. So you have the right and left.
I pop Trinket out.
Okay, Trinket cups out your necklace. What are you guys doing?
Can I feel can I hear the noise of the ziggurat or the coming from either side more?
You hear it from both sides.
So it's everywhere. It doesn't matter.
What about like wind or anything?
I mean, there is just a general wind in the room, but it's kind of whipping around you.
Oh man, I haven't talked about this in a while, but this is a very great example of like when you present your players with a fork in the road, there needs to be some difference between side A and side B. And you can even hear Laura like fishing for that difference. Being like, well, is the ziggurat coming from, can I hear the ziggurat more from like one side or the other? And he's like, both. Okay, is there like wind from one side or the other? There's like a general wind. And it's like, okay, what we can hear her searching for is like, I need some way to make this decision. Some piece of information with which to like judge left versus right beyond just the fact that one is on the left and one is on the right. Yeah, it's yep, very, very good example of like why you want to give that to your players. It's because otherwise there's just not a lot for them. Like then they're just kind of picking randomly, and either if they do pick randomly, it either doesn't matter, and then you've just kind of wasted time by presenting that like fork in the road. If the like which side they go on just doesn't matter, or if it does matter and they had to pick randomly, they might feel a little frustrated that they didn't have like any way to make the decision that ultimately mattered, you know? Yeah. I think what GMs don't want to do is give them a too obvious, the left is the correct choice, but you can give them different info about both and meet that goal. There's a light from the left and a wind from the right. Exactly. I fully agree. And I do understand why people might be hesitant about the types of stimuli to like give at the fork in the road. But that's a good example of, yeah, light from the left, wind from the right. Give some sort of thing for them to grasp onto. Even like there's more footsteps, like foot traffic to the left than the right. That's not exactly like, yeah, people might have differing, in fact, characters might have differing decision-making processes about, do I want to go towards the people or do I want to be further away from the people? Like Grog would probably want to go down the people path, and maybe Vex, or like Percy, the ranged people, might want to go down the less people path. So it's yeah, good example. Didn't suggest having a smell to one side. Yeah.
He's picking up bits of sand and dust from the ground.
Do we see faces on either side?
Perception check.
Follow her and look as well.
Back up.
28.
24.
Okay. You don't see any faces immediately within the two paths that are ahead of you. However, as you glance past one of the edges, you can see within the chamber, you can see the sources of some of that flickering firelight. You see two looks like clay bowls, large clay bowls that are set on the ground that have just burning materials inside, wood, cloth, who knows what, but there's just like burning this kind of bright orange red flame, not a natural yellow flame, but like a deep orange red flame, and it's causing this glow to emanate around the room. You see the flames flickering, moving with the wind that's blowing about.
Safe to assume this goes to the same room, yeah? Just two different entrances?
Maybe.
Yeah, so let's flank.
I feel like there's traps down the.
Okay, so we have
I go with Percy since we
Percy,
have the robes
Keyleth
over
on the
top of
left.
us.
All right. Who else? Who's going left and right?
I'm going right.
Yeah,
I'll go left.
I'm going right.
All right.
You have the face.
Left.
I'll roll with Percy and Keyleth.
And, you know, good on Travis, the button pusher as always, trying to move us forward. But I think Vex's, or not Vex's, but like Laura's frustration here is very reasonable. They basically have no way to choose, or no piece of information to choose on rather than just like being totally random, you know? Seems like it took Matt to second to register that Laura wanted more information. Well, interestingly, I think he still didn't satisfy what she actually wanted. Because ultimately what he gave her is just information about what is in the room beyond, which still doesn't help them like make the choice. It wasn't like, oh, you see it through the left or you see it through the right. It still is, we don't have any information that helps us make a decision between the two branches, which I would say seems like what Laura ultimately wanted here. But it seems like Matt is not willing to give that, or there just isn't any to be given. And so Travis is just pushing him forward, which is kind of what you have to do at a certain point.
Okay, Percy and Keyleth with Vex. Grog on the right. Who's else on the right?
I'll go right.
Vex is right.
So they have some range.
Pike, right or left?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. Trinkets with you.
All my people to the right.
Alrighty.
It's easy enough.
All right. So, indeed, this is what looked like two different hallways was one entrance to the chamber that was divided by a singular column in the center. So you both kind of flank around as it opens up inside, and you see a 50-foot tall, 70-foot wide natural.
Yeah, so then it's like, okay, it just doesn't matter. So then you're just sort of wasting time. Unless this winds up being part of the battle map. You can have useless loops within battle map designed to use as like varying cover, and that can work. So if this ends up being the battle map and that ends up being like a part of that, then you know, maybe it's useful if it's part of the battle map, but otherwise, yeah, it's just kind of wasting time. I also feel like that kind of would have been obvious and like maybe just something to tell them, but whatever.
Cavern chamber that rounds out over the top, and you see it end on the opposite side. There are two pillars nearer to your end that both hold defaced statues of a woman on each. Like defaced statues of a woman, like partially destroyed and collapsed. Their elements.
There are two pillars near Fox's entrance that have the defaced / degraded depiction of a woman. Okay.
It's broken on the ground. The head's removed. In the center of the chamber, you see before you a massive stone-stepped pyramid, similar to the ziggurat you found below. The design is a little different, and you get the sense that a lot of it is still buried. It's just the top has been uncovered and repurposed for whatever this may be. You do.
I'm gonna note that shit. Hello. That is supporting evidence for my Glitchshore theory. Wait a second. The design is a little different, and you get the sense that a lot of it is still buried. It's just been the top that has been uncovered and repurposed, which is exactly what I fucking think is going on at the Glitchshore. I think that most of the Glintshore ziggurat is just buried, and that we only saw the very tippy top of it, which is where we got the gate scroll from.
You see, there are a number of cloaked figures scattered across these steps, and some of them are out looking in your direction as soon as you kind of come around the side. They're all wearing the same like black outfits, the cloaks. Some of them have the hoods back, some of them have the hoods on. Roughly, you have, looks to be 6 or 7 from what you can view. There are 2 of them at the very, very top that currently have another, what looks like a crate that has been opened. And there above them, you can see the black orb, exactly like the one you have behind or underneath Whitestone. And they're in the process of taking objects out and throwing them up into the sphere. And you watch them just flash and vanish into the darkness. And you see one cloaked figure that's currently shouting out and giving commands right now.
Do they see us?
With all of your stealth, you got a 19, correct? One of them shouts out, "We have visitors!"
That's... There is one that is not visually distinct, but is giving orders. Okay, let's keep going, but that's interesting. I mean, he could have made there be a symbol on the cultist's uniform or on the cultist's robe. He could have been wearing a different color of robe. He could have had an accessory like a sash or something. Like, there are so many small ways to visually distinguish leadership within a faction. And it really feels like Matt is avoiding it. And I can't, I wonder why.
Do they see that side then? Do they see us come around the other side of the pillar, or is it they see all of us?
Well, as soon as they all glance over, you guys are kind of just out in the open of a hallway. Once they see him, they see the spread of you. As this happens, you watch as a number of skeletons kind of walk out from the halls, from the sides, and one seems to suddenly shake and rise up from the ground, a large skeleton with what looks like giant horns that curve out of the head. It's standing about 12 feet tall. Looks to be some sort of a minotaur-like beast, but just bone and anger.
How far away is the ziggurat?
The ziggurat from you guys? Well, let's pull it up.
Need help?
I'm maybe able to get this here.
It's such a big man.
It's a big one.
He's got a huge mouth.
Actually, yeah, Travis, you want to help me with this real fast?
This time it's big.
We're working out the kinks on here, guys. Thank you very much.
Guys, so
this
many great
over
things
here.
available in the store tonight. Those posters, the Scanlan thing. Oh, shit.
Combat, here we go.
Yeah, it's real deal.
Wait, we didn't do this last time, did we?
Sneezed, you
Just fought with Grog.
have seen us, and we would never have seen this.
They would all be dead right now. They would all be dead. We're gonna take them all out in one
You gotta
clean
just
kill.
quietly, just these
Oh,
guys.
good. We have
an overhead cam.
So we can be looking at always. Okay.
Wow.
This is the place, guys.
Okay, wait. So it's reverse.
I think I'm willing to give Matt a little bit. How do I say it? I think I'm typically the one that thinks that things are a little bit less open than they might otherwise be. And to be sure, or than chat might think they are. And to be sure, there weren't a lot of options within this dungeon, if we even want to call it that. It was, it was very much just like a walk to the ziggurat with some traps on the way. But I will give it to Matt. He set up the idea that there would be a face trap. Then he reminded them that that there are face traps. And then they ended up running into a face trap. And the face trap, they also got a pretty good example that the face trap was going to draw attention and draw, sort of adversaries. So for the cultists to be pretty on guard, kind of watching the door after Vox set off the face trap in the hallway, I can sort of give Matt some leeway on that. you know, that said, like, is it the most interesting sequence in the world? There were certainly very few choices along the way. And I think I'm broadly more middling on traps than maybe most GMs. I'm a bit more mid on them in general. So the main points of interest within the lead up to this ziggurat room being traps is not hugely engaging to me, but I hesitate to dive too much further into that sort of critique because I know that I have a bit of a negative bias in that direction. So, I don't know. Raishan's Chamber also had an entrance column that was part of the battle map. It did. And I do... I think that sort of thing makes a lot of sense on a battle map. And that's kind of why I was like, hey, either this is part of a battle map and, that's fine, or we're wasting time. And yeah, linear is probably a better term than railroady. Yeah, it's a fine line. Railroading is pretty colloquial. Kind of different people have different kind of bars for what makes that. I think just wrangled a bit after the Quantum Ogre-esque left or right choice. Yeah. I got wrangled at the pressure plate trap. I don't love traps in general, but pressure plate ones are some of my least favorite. I'm with you. Especially hidden ones. I mean, in terms of positives, I do think that it lends a feeling of intelligent preparation to what's going on here. If there are well hidden traps. So I think that's a positive. I do generally lean towards traps that are single purpose. They are either alarms or they are damage. However, at higher levels, I think making it both is reasonable, especially if you don't want to take a lot of time with other resource sinks. I don't know. I want to get the rest of it before I dive too far into it. This is one that I feel like I need more context on.
Only have to manage 22 individual characters right now.
Yeah, it's great, guys. Love it. It's wonderful.
So when we tell you which direction we want to go, Matt, it's from your perspective.
Okay, well, try and tell me.
Now
Do the
we're
best you can
going to look here. The map's right.
Towards and away from the ziggurat. The ziggurat's 12 o'clock, and we're 6 o'clock.
We'll just say leeward and windward.
Okay, wait. So let me grab a little screenshot of this. Let me just get a little boop. And I'm going to play a little bit longer before I look at it too hard. And to see if they put it on the big screen.
Starboard.
Okay, there is the singular figure standing up here that seems to be giving orders and shouting it out to the side. Female voice rings out across the center of the chamber and says, "Remnants, slay the intruders and grant their bodies to the cause."
Can I see whose voice that was?
Make a perception check.
Whoa. That was crazy. 27.
27. It's hard to see. She's kind of in the dark right there in the spheres and a lot of light. But the voice sounds familiar.
I swear to God. Can I hear it again?
Female voice rings out across the central of the chamber and says, "Remnants, slay the intruders and grant their bodies to the cause."
Does that sound like Allura? I can't tell. It's a female voice that sounds familiar to them. That is humanoid. That is... And it's crazy. I just realized that they never questioned... I guess Scanlan said that everything else was lies. Who else could it be? Magic female. It's not Raishan, obviously. I am trying to think of any other, I guess, like Osisa? But no, Osisa's a Gynosphinx. I don't think Gynosphinxes can shapeshift. What percentage sure are you that it's not Raishan? It'd be... Honestly, you know, now that you ask the question, I was about to say, well, there's no way that Raishan had, like, not a simulacrum. What the fuck is the high-level wizard, like the clone jar thing? It is clone. I was gonna say that there's no way she had a clone set up, but then as the words like passed through my mental filter, I was like, maybe she had a clone jar set up. Which would then be... Dude, if this would be Larkin, then... It'd be crazy if this was Larkin. It's like, of the people that they would recognize, and that it would be like a thing, it's like Allura, Kima, Larkin. And that's kind of it. Man, it's probably Larkin. Or it is Allura. And I've been correct in my suspicion this whole time. But the players were just so unsuspicious that I kept feeling like I was looking too far into it. Every time I've gone down the Allura is evil rabbit hole, or the Kima is evil rabbit hole, like, after the Underdark, the players were so unsuspicious of those two, just trusted them so implicitly, that I thought I must be missing something. Like, I thought that I must not be, like, picking up on the tone at the table, or, like, off-camera conversations. But they've been super suspicious. Like, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but both Kima, honestly, Kima less so than Allura. Allura has been actively suspicious this whole time. And they've just never questioned it. But maybe it's just Larkin? What percentage do you think my previous question was just about you? I don't know. I don't know.
Can I see whose voice that was?
Make a perception check.
It's one of the three.
Whoa.
That was crazy.
I'd say the one that makes, frankly, the most sense in fiction is for it. I kind of think the best answer is Allura. I've thought that Allura was going to do a heel turn for a while now, and I think it's going to be Allura. Kima's my third option. I think it's either Kima or Larkin a la Raishan. Or just, I guess, a different Raishan persona. And like Raishan set up a clone. The reason that I am sort of slightly down on the idea of it being Raishan is that I think Raishan was interested in the ziggurat beneath Whitestone. But in my head, if it was Raishan, we should have gotten some manner of indication that Raishan might not be dead. Some sort of rumor. Before we get another confrontation with her. And, I mean, frankly, I also don't think it would be interesting to fight Raishan a third time. So, I think this might be fucking Allura. I'm desperately searching for someone in my mind that makes more sense. But I don't know. Oh, I did forget that Larkin was a male persona. In my head, Larkin is a female name, but that's because I was friends with a girl in high school named Larkin. So Larkin is a female name in my head, but that's right. Larkin was a male dwarf. The persona of Larkin. So it would be some Raishan persona, but then they wouldn't recognize the voice. So it's gotta be fucking Allura.
27.
27. It's hard to see. She's kind of in the dark right there in the spheres and a lot of light. But the voice sounds familiar.
Familiar.
All right, so at this point, the woman pulls an amulet. The woman pulls an amulet out from beneath the robe, and as she clutches it in her hand, the orb shifts from black to white, like a white gray color.
Oh, no.
And you watch as the wind suddenly gets whipped up even heavier and lights up the area around the space. You watch as the cloaked hood kind of flows back, and for a brief moment, before the grin crawls across her face, you see the face of Delilah Briarwood.
We killed her. She's dead. She's dead. She died. We killed her.
Oh no.
Yet there she is, at the top of the ziggurat.
How?
It's like a soap opera.
Dun dun dun.
I broke the world for you. Returns.
I would like you all to roll initiative.
What?
On our
I know. This looks like a crazy fight. Should have done that one.
Natural 20.
It's those spoilers chat had an internal bet about how long I would pause to guess the person. Dude, I didn't think of Delilah. And like, it's one of those weird things, right? It's kind of like what I was saying with Raishan of like, if Delilah was back, I would have expected some sort of indication. Maybe not even the Briarwoods plural, but even Delilah. And I'm trying to think back if I've gotten any. But I don't know, man. Powerful casters and something like the clone spell are sort of... trying to think of how to even say this. They're sort of like shapeshifters, where it's sort of like if I just expected, or if I just like was bearing in mind that any powerful caster could just have a clone in a jar somewhere, and so any death we see for any powerful caster might just not work. And especially if that's not established. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know. You were already very sus of off-screen deaths. You weren't sufficiently sus of on-screen ones. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is like, I'm imagining it's like, if I was suspicious of every on-screen death, because Sheev is also correct, you can also revive dead characters. Like, you can resurrect people. It's not just clone. And it's like, if I have to just imagine that any person that dies could just come back. That's... I'm trying to think of how to say it. That seems like an impossible, like, paradigm to live under for the characters. Like the characters in fiction. That seems like a pretty impossible paradigm to exist under. But I'm not necessarily saying that as a critique to Matt, because the characters haven't been living under that paradigm. And this is kind of the last arc. So it's like you kind of get your one time of like, you get this moment of Delilah coming back, and now she's back. And it's a big surprise. But it's sort of a surprise that I would have never even thought it possible for the characters to anticipate, or I would have never expected them to anticipate, because it seems like a sort of impossible thing to expect for them to anticipate. And that's not generally... I don't know. I'm not typically a huge fan of those sorts of surprises. They feel less earned to me. And I'm not even saying that you can't use them by any stretch. More that I'm less interested in them compared to a surprise or a twist that like does make sense in retrospect and doesn't cause me to like change my entire, even in fiction, like worldview moving forward. Because like now as the character, I feel like any of the characters, I feel like I have to be permanently suspicious of anyone that ever dies now, you know? And that doesn't feel setting up that sort of thing within the story, even if it's at the very end. So you won't really have to deal with it. It doesn't feel worth it to me. But yeah, I don't know. If any wizard was to be involved with clones to escape death, I'd think the one who does necromancy with the dead would be the one. And that's fair. I'm not even saying it doesn't make sense. It does. Like, it makes sense. It's more that it draws attention to something that I am otherwise able to suspend my disbelief about. Right? Like, this is something that I just sort of pretend can't happen. And so then for it to happen is sort of disorienting to me. Yeah. Yeah. True resurrection, yeah. One free crazy cinematic plot twist to kick off the arc. It certainly does kick off the arc. Like, yeah. Yeah. Remember how you said there's not enough time to set up a new big bad? No, it's, yep. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. It was also something that Percy might have been thinking about during the Briarwood arc, which is why they destroyed the body. Yeah. Yeah. It was a very minor thing to hint at the Briarwoods, but they did just encounter a bunch of undead. Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that that necessarily hints at the Briarwoods. I mean, that would be like saying that the entire Viscon Opash lair hinted at the Briarwoods, which it, didn't in that case. Yeah. Not seeing it coming makes the shock more exciting. As long as it's not a regular occurrence, I think it can be good. Yeah. It's not even that I'm saying I should have been able to predict it. It's more that it just implies this thing about the world that I don't know that I love. That, just is factually accurate. Like, yes, any sufficiently high-level wizard is almost certainly going to be, permanently unkillable. But that's, a weird dynamic to set up. How do you feel Matt is going to deal about a combat against an enemy the party defeated easily 5 levels ago? I mean, there's been more than enough time for Delilah to level up and to get more powerful. It's also there could be a billion things you could do to power her up. She could multi-class, she could... There's been substantial time for Delilah to change in her power set. So I think we will just see her have a different / improved power set. Yeah. You're talking about setting up a villain earlier actually made me think of Raskel Daxio, who explicitly said, "I will rise again, for I am his blood," which kind of connects to Delilah, but not strongly. That's fair. And honestly, if I found out that, I think I would actually soften on this quite a bit. Possibly to the point of just purely liking it. If I find out that Vecna specifically resurrected Delilah, as a minion, and that Delilah didn't have, something set up ahead of time. If she was kind of skeletal or lichy or undead or something, if they did, divine sense and figured out that she was undead, I think I'd actually be super down with that. I think I'd be purely into that. And if I wasn't sitting here to walk through my mindset with you guys, I probably would have said to myself, ooh, man, this really depends on whether she's a clone or whether Vecna resurrected her. For me, like, that makes I think that would make a big difference to me here, because the clone seems like it sets up a bad precedent to me. Just like the idea of it, of like an unforeshadowed or uninterruptible sort of clone, feels like a bad precedent to set for like even future campaigns. But, you know, arch lich dead god guy resurrecting his minion to the material plane, a minion who almost certainly sold her soul to him, that I'm much more into. So yeah. And I agree, Finsgive. If it was Vecna resurrecting, I like it. If it's just that Delilah had a contingency plan and we never even got the slightest whiff of it for 70 episodes, that I would be much less into. Yeah. Yeah. Something you said about the characterization for whoever gets used here, using Delilah is a very specific characterization. It definitely is. And it makes a lot more sense as to why all of the cultists were characterized as kind of chump-like. Chump-light. Yeah. Resurrection is like shapeshifting. You can do it once or twice, more that every character can come back. Yeah. I honestly, resurrection is even more iffy to me than shapeshifting. But they're similar in my head of, yeah, they can have this like bad precedent. Yeah. Yeah. Having read old D&D books, whenever I fight necromancers, I assume they aren't really dead. It's their whole thing. Yeah. And I don't even think that's like a unfair mindset if that is the mindset that's established, because that's not necessarily the case in D&D. Like, I would say that is much more like heavily implied, or not heavily implied, heavily established for like a lich. It's like, if I fight a lich, their whole thing is that they come back. One of the things with 5e specifically is that them tying in necromancer as just a subclass, and a fairly basic subclass at that, of wizard, means that when I encounter or when I use necromancers in my 5e games, I am not expecting, nor am I expecting my characters to expect, that they are going to be that much different from a wizard that just focuses on a different school of magic. Now, as we've established, wizards can just establish clone. That's not an exclusively necromancer thing. But especially with the subclass in 5e, their thing is less about eternal life and more just about using the undead and summoning. Like, they're the best, like, summoning class more than anything. And I do think that that has like an impact on how I would use them narratively within 5e. And again, I don't even really want all of this to be taken as a critique of Matt and the choice here, especially since I am way more about it if they find out that Vecna resurrected her and that it wasn't her own plan. But this is more just me like kind of talking through how I feel. Yeah. Because my initial reaction is just very mixed. And it really depends in my head on what sort of paradigm is like set up. You know? I don't know. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Big villain just having a clone meaning your big climactic end battle is almost worthless is not fun. It depends. It depends. Yeah. This does make me wonder how they'll handle this in the animation to explain her return, or if they'll just avoid having her show up altogether. Possibly. Yeah. Undying Warlock feels more like the Immortal always comes back than the Necromancer Wizard. I mean, certainly within the mechanics that the players would be able to sort of see and review. But I don't blame anyone that does associate necromancers with always coming back. Like, that's a very well-established trope. It's just not established in, like, the 5e mechanics. Which is I've never seriously thought about that sort of aspect outside of, like, paladins and rangers. About, like, the varying class fantasies. And especially how they get applied to villains. Because I so rarely use player stat sheets or even like things that look or even give like the impression of player stat sheets for big bads or for big adversaries. Like I so rarely use player stat sheets for that sort of thing that I've never really thought about the implications of like what happens when the villain using a character stat sheet option does a thing that I would totally expect from one of the player characters, but is kind of weird to give adversaries access to. And like, I'm a believer that adversaries should have access to everything that PCs have access to. But it requires some not weird, but it has some strange, like, requirements almost that it puts on the narrative in my head. Because like when a player character uses a clone, you as the DM, like everyone is seeing that, so there's no like foreshadowing needed, right? Everyone sees them set it up, everyone sees it activate, like that is all sort of playing out on screen. And you as the GM have pretty full reign over the exact amount that adversaries sort of hear about it. And so you have a lot of like control over that surprise lever, and players don't really need to be like worried about it, right? Like players don't need to be worried about the implications of them being able to use clone. It's only the implications of other people being able to use clone. And so kind of the reverse of that would be, well, if the players can use clone, then all of the adversaries should be like constantly acting as if that's the case. But that's something that you don't have to show on screen, right? Like adversaries worrying about something is very different from player characters worrying about something. Because player character worry and like player character paranoia happens on screen. Whereas adversary worry only happens on screen as much as the GM wants it to. Yeah. Which is also leading me to like realize I rarely have a problem with like, player characters shapeshifting or using shapeshifting-esque spells compared to the level of problem or trepidation I have compared to like adversaries using those same sorts of things. Even though, again, I do support like anything the players have access to, the adversaries have access to. But it's a real different scenario when the things that they have access to are things that the players would have to be like constantly paranoid about if they took it seriously that adversaries could do that. Like if they took it seriously that adversaries could resurrect or have a clone or whatever. That's like an extreme amount of paranoia that you would have to apply to like every wizard you ever meet or anyone with ties, with like ties to powerful people. Like at that point, we should be just kind of assuming it as a possibility that the Emperor of Amon is alive and out there somewhere. Because if anyone has like, resources and connections, it's the Emperor of Apolody. Like, why do they ever pass away or stay passed away, So I don't know. It's interesting. I've never really thought down these sorts of lines before. Yeah. Ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah. I feel like it's more than fair to bend some rules when dealing with divinity. Oh, I agree. I don't know yet if Vecna has resurrected them or not. If it's like, and to be, I guess, even more clear, if Vecna's the one that resurrects them, then the players don't really have to be paranoid. All they have to do is defeat Vecna. And now they know, okay, until we defeat Vecna, Vecna might resurrect a bunch of powerful people. And like, now they have like a reasonable type of worry, right? They wouldn't need to worry about, I don't know, like Vorugal coming back, probably. But they might have to worry about, say, Thordak or Opash, right? It sort of limits the worry if the reason that Delilah is back is because a specific divinity resurrected her. Then I'm much, much, much more on board with it because it really constrains that paranoia to where it's not so all-encompassing or like, world-encompassing. Yeah. Kind of like how no rich person should stay dead because they can afford resurrection, but we reserve it for mostly PCs. Yeah. You need to spend a lot of spell slots on divination asking if everyone has clones. Yeah. A little bit, yeah. It raises the magic level of the world question and who has that kind of access. It certainly does. Like it does raise like further world building questions. But yeah. I think Raven Queen might have some views on everybody using clown. Wow, it's true. Yeah. Interesting. I'm reserving opinion for whether or not I like it. And to be, that doesn't mean like I don't like it and I'm trying to think of how to spin it. I truly don't know if I like it yet. I truly don't know. I'll tell you this. It's interesting enough that I see many paths towards me liking it. And that's, I think, the baseline of setting up any story in D&D. Is just making it interesting enough to even be good. Do you think Matt's thought about this line of thought? Do you think it was an intentional choice for world building in this regard? I have no idea. I'll think about it more once if I get more information about how Delilah is back. Because I think I've talked enough about kind of the two trains of thought I have and kind of why. Now I want to sort of see, what is it actually? Like, what does it actually end up being? And how do I feel about that once it's concrete? It's very interesting, though. It's very interesting that Delilah's back. Yeah. I don't know if that's true, Bing Bong. Is she like 11? The implication that I got is that Allura's on a similar level to Vox. I could be wrong about that. But I don't know. With the prevalence of magic items and the prevalence of just magic users in general, 15th level doesn't seem that out of reach for a major polity. Especially, like, even Vasselheim has seemingly multiple powerful people like that in leadership positions. Earthbreaker Groon is certainly very, very powerful. He's certainly higher leveled. Yeah. When asked if she could copy the gate scroll, she said she's years away from being able to do it. Sure. But, like, that doesn't necessarily tell us that, that years away from being able to do it in D&D terms could mean she's 10 levels away or 1 level away. You know what I'm saying? Like, levels aren't tied to passages of time. So, and it, could also be that she just doesn't know Gate. Or it could, sorry, not that she doesn't know Gate. It could be that Matt is also just treating her casting differently because she's an adversary in terms of what she can and can't do. But, yeah, I don't know. To be fair, we don't know it is Delilah. It could be shapeshifter shifting into her. So that could be. Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. It has given me a lot to think about, at the very least. I can truly say I hadn't considered a situation like this. And I definitely don't dislike it at base. I find it at base very interesting. I'm excited to learn more. Let's do it. I'm going to stop thinking about it. Let's see.
Yeah, nice. Alrighty.
Something a little bit more important, but it's fine.
You get to go first.
So 25 to 20.
20. 20 for
22.
Scanlan.
Sorry.
22 type of Scanlan.
No, mine's 20, just 20.
All right, so Percy,
Percy and Scanlan are tied.
Scanlan. Okay. All right.
Wait, does Dodie roll? I forget. No, he just goes with Therian.
I'm letting him go with Tyrion, so you should check that. All right, 20 to 15.
17.
Therian 16, 15.
All right, so Grog.
Rod Terry.
You got Bax. Okay, 17. Oh, Bax, what did you say?
15.
Oh, 15, and you said 17 for
Rod
Terry?
Terry back.
16 for Terran.
All right, so. All right. 14.
What'd you get? You got
And outside of its world building implications, just in terms of like its pick for the story, and the reason that I would like it a lot if Vecna was the one that resurrected her, is that there has been a lot to indicate that I've been saying it for forever that I think Vecna is like the main person that seems to be being foreshadowed here. Now, and I would like it if Vecna was like the big bad ultimately. And I think it would be incredibly interesting if we sort of get one of our previous big bads in Delilah sort of demoted to a more lieutenant type slot, which, to Matt's credit, I think everything leading up to this is sort of implying, is sort of establishing that like this person that Vox fought before is a lesser concern now. Like, they are kind of beyond dealing with this level of thing. And we got that with, like, the ant stomps ahead of time. The traps that used to one-shot them. But now they can shrug off. You know, they can take 36 points of damage to every member of the party and be fine. So, as a sort of connection to the past, and even, you know, setting it on this ziggurat platform that is the same but different, is very... I like all of that quite a lot as narrative choices for Matt, sort of introducing how this is an escalation. And Delilah seemingly flipping it, you know, from black to white. There's already an implication of what that could mean, but we know even better because of what Vex saw on the other side, that now she has flipped it to becoming towards them rather than away from them. So we now know that whatever is happening, it's taking on kind of a new tone. Now, is there a little bit of convenience in the timing? I would say so, but everything else, I'm about it narratively, like, being Delilah, I think makes a lot of sense for what has been building otherwise. Yeah.
He got 17. Did he tell you?
Oh, you didn't tell me that. Sorry. Sorry, that.
15 to 20.
Oh, that's
Things on the board. I wonder if that's actually we're only at
Alrighty.
help on.
So, who else is left? Pike?
7. No. She's so good at initiative
All right.
rolling.
All right, great.
We don't have any.
So, at the beginning of this initiation, with the orb now flaring this, like, pale gray white, and Delilah Briarwood standing there at the top of the ziggurat, staring down, like, focusing on the group of intruders that just rushed in. Keyleth, it's your turn.
Oh God. Okay. I am going to, under my hood of the cult hoods that I have, transform my face with alter self into Silas Briarwood,
Okay.
her husband, her dead husband. And I'm gonna have his face, and I'm gonna walk forward, and I'm gonna say, Delilah, don't. It is me.
Oh, hello.
Make a deception check.
Your long lost husband.
So as you step forward into the chamber, over...
Watching this very carefully.
This is not good. This is not good.
Sunshine.
This is not good. I'm not good at this shit.
Natural light.
Natural 20.
Give me go.
Oh, it's not
bad,
bad. 14?
Wait,
No,
okay,
14.
Okay.
Nope, that's all I got. 14's good for me.
Okay. All right, so that's your action. As you say this up to Delilah, her eyes flash over to you, and her face goes like...
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait,
Mad.
So fancy.
Focus on me.
you have your movement and bonus still.
I'm in movement and bonus.
Yeah.
There was no feeble mind on the dragon.
I am going to take my bonus to just ignite my form into a fire elemental and rush towards the closest thing to me.
Okay, there are two skeletons to your right and left. So you're turning into a fire elemental.
I don't know.
I know. I'm trying to figure out where everything is.
Where are we?
So,
I'm there.
there you go, Keyleth.
Okay, I have a 50-foot movement. I want to hit as many skeletons as I can by running through them and catching them on fire.
Okay, so you can, with that you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can probably get this whole cluster here.
Yep.
Alrighty. So they all catch fire as you rush through. You do get a lot of tax opportunity on you as you rush by.
I'll take it.
That is 15.
I need new.
And I will also say, I can't fully see what's going on this map. Like, we haven't gotten, like, a huge view of it. But it seems to be what I would kind of describe as, like, I don't know, like a loop in a ring almost. Of, like, it is seemingly something like this, that loop, and then it's like point right here, point right here, point right there, point right there, and kind of this little triangle sort of situation. Now, there doesn't seem to be, or not triangle, diamond. There doesn't seem to be anything, like, particularly going on at any of the individual points. But, I mean, there's a lot that can sort of happen. There's a lot of ways that you can get cover, try to isolate people. you know, like pushing a cultist like back behind the ziggurat. Like if I don't know, Grog like just sprinted up to the top, pushed someone, and then sent them tumbling down the other side to like isolate them over there. That's very doable. Isolating them back there would kind of cut them off from the entire front portion of the ziggurat. So there's certainly stuff to do. But it's, you know, yeah. It passes my like minimum bar, but it's not I don't know. It's not on the level of like City of Brass or what do you call it? Kevdak fight or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's a small ziggurat compared to the Whitestone one. Yes, because I'm right. It's because it's partially buried. Yes. Yeah, you get the sense that a lot of it is still buried and it's just the top that has been uncovered. Yeah. So it is definitely smaller, which is another good kind of evolution of what's going on. Is it's similar to what we've had before, but it's different, which I like. It goes from, you know, they're both ziggurats, but this one is only the top bit. So I do. Yeah.
Right.
What am I against? What?
What's your AC for your final elemental?
Oh.
Hit.
All right, so it's 11 points of slashing damage, reduced to half because you take half damage, right?
Yep.
So 5.
5.
That's a 13.
Miss.
All
No,
the way.
hit. Armor
Right.
class is 13.
All right, another 5 points of slashing damage. 10.
Miss.
8.
Miss.
My girlfriend is a
Okay. And that one. That is a 15 from the Minotaur skeleton.
Hit.
You take 17 points of slashing damage, reduced to 8. And the last one is a natural 20, so you take 22 points of slashing damage, reduced to 11. And they're all set aflame.
All right.
So all of them take, I believe, fire damage from impacting you, right?
Yep.
So we'll say, all right, we'll say 8 damage across the board for all of them. So all of them get hit with fire as they swipe out at you, including the giant Minotaur that just swings over you with this large great axe in its hand and just bursts into flames as it does so. Awesome. All right, that ends your turn, Keyleth. Delilah, who's currently like glaring at Keyleth, and the rest of you looks out and goes, of course it would be you, wouldn't it?
Standing.
She takes a step back, leans over, without breaking eye contact, goes, finish your work. And slams her hand down on the ground, and you watch as this sphere of rainbow color completely encompasses around the top of the ziggurat.
It's pretty, I don't know.
You now just see this large orb, this dome of multicolored rainbows that flickers for a second, and then briefly becomes a singular color.
It's like a giant.
Chromatic sphere.
You see it is a giant, like, prismatic sphere around. And the color you see now as it flickers for a minute becomes just stark red. Just deep ruby red.
You're so pretty. Look at it, you guys. Taste the rainbow. These people can nuts, Lionel. Kill them all!
First of all, Scanlan, what are you guys doing?
Scanlan, you first, because I'm.
Okay. Wait a minute. We've got an interesting point on our hands. I don't remember the last time there was like a part of the arena that was, and you know, in theory, I probably could have called the orb as it stood normally an interesting area. It is, you know, the death orb. But now Delilah summoning this little like multicolored orb that has these different colors. Like now there's a little bit of a puzzle around what do the different colors mean? How can we use that throughout the combat? If the red barrier means that it does damage, maybe we can shove one of her cultist friends into the red barrier. That's pretty cool. In fact, depending on what it is, you know, we'll see. I'm not fully establishing my opinion on it, but depending on how much they can interact with it and like gain some information, I think that might be like the single most interesting part of a battle arena that I can really think of from any of Matt's battle arenas. Like I like the Kevdak arena and the City of Brass arena, but that was mostly just because of their layouts. They didn't have hugely interesting actual points on the map Kevdax, you know, had like the little spiky arena area, which like was kind of interesting, but okay. I'm cautiously excited.
My
for
plan
this.
just went up the rainbow.
All right, I'll step forward and I will. Is Vex or Vex near me? Vex is near me, right?
Vex is near you, yeah.
I will inspire Vex. I will sing to her. I will sing, "You don't need anybody else. When I stand beside you, I touch you, elf." Whoa. You know, something.
Okay, that's working your way back up.
Sounds like it. There you go. Kind of, sort of.
And then I'll cast reverse gravity on everybody. Everybody in there. Everybody. Yeah. Shit.
Alrighty. So what's the radius on that?
The radius
My
is
templates are still back in the shelf. Someone grab my templates real fast. That'd be awesome.
50 feet.
50-foot radius?
Radius.
Oh, that's gonna get everybody in there, including probably Keyleth.
12?
I can take it. I'm into this.
You can fly though, right?
Well, I can kind of like fire hover.
That's
So I've
true.
got sticky feet right now, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah.
Please.
All right, reverse gravity, perfect. So
Templates
dexterity,
are-
across the board with spell DC with the hand cone, I believe.
22.
Nope.
Fuck their shit up. Oh,
Nope.
Does it affect people in the dome?
Nope. You don't know.
Okay.
we'll hear a thunk, won't we?
Nope. 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 You see over here a number of other robed figures and one that looks like it's heavily armored in the front as well. A couple of small other cultists that are down on the sides, but they all apparently. Okay. The armored one actually managed to grab the stonework and hold on.
Oh boy, Matt's hating this.
Everyone else, except for that one armored guard, just rises up and wham, slams into the ceiling. 50 feet up, it is 5d10 points of damage.
Is that including me?
5d6, sorry. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Is that including me or no?
That'd be including you.
Okay.
Let me just reiterate, we always appreciated Scanlan.
I just need to hear it more, guys. I mean, I'm just.
20 points of bludgeoning damage, which completely destroys these skeletons who were damaged earlier from the fire.
The long pawns.
Yeah.
We want to be
All right. Are you maintaining it or letting them fall?
Maintain, maintain, maintain.
Dude, maintain.
Alrighty. So everyone else is just being held in the air right now against the ceiling.
The people inside the dome know.
Seem to be unaffected.
Ziggurat.
Anti-magic dome.
I will say, I could see this going either way, and I wouldn't blame Matt if it went the way that I don't want it to go. Because I think that they both have their ups and their downs, their positives and their negatives, pros and cons. But I do hope that Delilah makes it out of here. They interrupt whatever ritual is occurring, but that Delilah ultimately makes it out of here. Because if she doesn't, I will definitely worry that there won't be enough pushing them to continue investigating the ziggurats. Either something needs to come through and then Vox needs to run, or Delilah needs to make it out of there and they need to start hunting. Although the fact that it's white, that like she switched it from black to white, leads me to slightly worry that Delilah won't escape. But we'll see. I don't know. She could always flip it back.
All right.
I'll move a little closer in.
Okay. So like over here next to the fight.
Sure.
Okay.
Done.
All right. That ends Scanlan's turn. Percy, what are you doing?
I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out bad news. I figure. Actually, let's pull out animus. This will be funnier if I'm walking around that way.
Okay.
Which is always a fun thing to say. There's that one guy holding on, right?
There's one guy holding on.
There's one guy holding on. I'm going to use my gun to make him drop an object of my choosing. And that object is going to be the pyramid. So just remembering how to do this. Yeah. So
Roll for an attack.
roll for an attack.
Yes. Come on.
That's 29.
That'll hit. All right. He has to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving so against 20.
Saving so.
Nope. 5 + 5. That is a no. So he
Okay,
goes,
drop it.
Slams into the ceiling as well, taking. Ooh. That is 22 points of bludgeoning damage
Can
off
you
of the
look at like
black.
clothesline him on his way up as a fire elemental?
Sure.
Attack of opportunity.
Close enough. You switch over there. It's fine. More of a flavor element.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're all the visual creatures you can see right now are held against the ceiling right now.
Okay, is he still alive?
Oh yeah.
I don't suppose I have advantage to hit anything that's pinned to the ground, right? Pinned to the ceiling.
They're technically, I'm gonna say for the purpose of falling up, they're probably a lot of them are prone, so you actually disadvantage being.
So weird. I'll take it. Yeah, you know, and I'll burn an extra. I hit the wrong thing. I meant to hit. So there we are. And there we are. I'll burn another point for advantage and shoot him again.
Okay.
Just with a straight roll. That's 19. Yep,
That hits.
and that's 1d10.
It's the same order figure?
Same guy.
All right.
That's 9 points of damage plus 3 points of psychic damage,
Okay. Good. Okay. 12. All right.
and I'll hit him again. And
Alrighty.
do the same thing. Hit him again. This time I'm just gonna take a bonus for a hex on him too for extra.
Sure. Why
fun.
not?
So hit him again.
Hex right there.
That's 27.
Yeah, that hits.
So that's That's not bad. That's 17 points of damage, plus 3 points of psychic damage and 5 points of necrotic damage.
Nice. So you're just like just firing up at this figure. You know, the one shot sends it flying up into the ceiling, and as soon as I'd say even before impact, as it's still floating up in the air, you shoot it once while it's still falling upward, and it slams into the ceiling, and you get one final shot and hit it while it's there across the top. It's hard to see if it's really that hurt, but it's currently, you know, a little wounded.
Yeah, he's got disadvantage on, I would say, dexterity checks right now, because that's funny.
All right. And move first of all, you stay where you are.
I'm slowly, I'm going to make my way around towards the ziggurat, so I'm going to be actually walking up on the wall. So you can just put me up on the little creases.
There?
Yeah, I'm walking sideways as gravity's kind of reversed right now.
Okay, cool.
I'll make my way to, as far as I can get towards the sphere.
Okay, and that radius, by the way, is maintained as long as you concentrate on that. So anybody who walks into that radius will have to make a dex save or be flung up into that. So, that being the case, ending Scanlan's turn and Piercy's turn. All right, the cultists that are currently locked in the ceiling are going to start running to get up and run this way. So they're technically up on the ceiling right now. This one's going to rush over this way. Those two are just continue their work. You don't see what's in there. Grog, you're up.
Oh, is it me and Chad?
Let's see here. Wow. Actually, no. I disagree. They actually can take an action this turn from that distance. So I need Grog and Pike to both make wisdom saving throws.
Oh no.
Okay.
Are you both wise?
I have gnome cunning, so I have advantage on wisdom, intelligence.
14.
What did you say was wisdom? Oh,
Wisdom.
20?
Well, roll your
Okay.
advantage. You get advantage.
Maybe I don't need it.
But try it.
Okay.
Roll an natural 20.
Advantage from which one?
So I have gnome cunning. So advantage on wisdom, intelligence, charisma saving throws.
Just in general?
I guess so.
It's magic, I think it is, right?
magic.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that functions. Okay, yeah. So you managed to avoid both of you guys actually just managed to roll. They're not extremely powerful, but you managed to shrug off the effect. You feel the magic begin to try and take hold over the inside of your brain. Your muscles begin to tense and seize up, and you just manage to shrug it off. It's a familiar smell. It's a familiar feeling. It is one that you're familiar with as well, Pike. It is a whole person attempt on both of you.
Oh, I know you did. I know what you were trying to do.
Alrighty.
I know what you are.
All right, that ends their turn. Grog, you're up.
Okay, where does that sphere of vertical influence start about?
You're not entirely certain, Grog.
Awesome. I'm going to go into a rage and just haul ass along this line, coming to this wall.
This wall?
Yep.
Okay, so you rush into this wall here, and you make a dexterity saving throw.
Cool. I have advantage on that. Yep. 14. Yeah.
Grog, you start running and then go flying up into the ceiling.
Oh shit! It affects the area.
Yeah. Yeah. So you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage and
rage at the beginning.
up to the top. Yeah, so half that. So you're now locked in the ceiling as well. However, that does put you in melee range and prone with one of the occultists in the ceiling.
Totally meant to do that. I'll attack.
So you're now upside down on the ceiling. The guy who just cast a spell and it didn't work on you, watch you tumble up, land, get up, and stare him down in his face.
Aye.
His hood kind of falls off. You see a guy who's staring at you now with like one eye plucked out of his socket. He's just like,
Might as well make a matching one. Reckless. Natural 20.
go ahead and roll some damage.
There it is. That's what you needed.
Extra check.
So I rolled a 10. 4. Then 2 more of these. 7. 31. 11. 42.
Okay. You smile at him, bring the axe back, and you just completely, like we're talking tree trunk, like he just slides over and his body attaches to the ceiling and collapses against that, just blood splattering out from his midsection. It's gonna be really gross in a sense. So you still have at half movement about 20 feet you can run across.
Yeah, I'll keep
the
trying to
ceiling.
come to this wall.
This wall?
Yeah, away from
okay.
here.
5, 10, 15, 20.
That's great.
That's as far as you get. There's the other cultist there, but you don't have range with your axe.
That's my turn.
Okay, finishes Grog's turn. All right, Lionel.
Okay.
You're over here currently.
I move forward and I jump into the radius so I can float up to him.
Okay, so you run
And
forward.
as I'm flying up, I'm saying, "I'll save you, Grog."
Yeah.
So, do you go into rage first or you want?
I am.
It'll reduce your impact damage as you land.
What? Wait, what?
Take less damage.
If you want to be raging first, you'll take less damage from the impact.
Yeah, you know what? Let's rage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just joyfully leap
Yeah,
into the sky.
it's the duck rage.
You take
Smile rage.
16 reduced to half, so you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you slam into the ground up top. Stand up, and you're about 5 feet continuing Grog, and one of the cultists is there right in front of you who's like, shit.
And then I just rage. Yeah, I rage.
Yeah, do you want to attack him?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Sure. Oh, I think the anti-gravity is screwing me up. 3 plus 12. Oh, 3 plus 12. Okay.
3 plus 12 still hits, actually.
He is. Yeah, he does it clumsily. And
All right, so go for strike. So 2d6 plus 10 damage.
plus 10. Oh, just 2 of these. 7.
All right, so 17.
Plus 17.
17 points of slashing damage as you pull your great axe up and just rake past. You see his chest kind of split open, and he kind of pulls back. He's still alive, and he looks up at you from under the hood, and you can see himself also missing one of his eyes.
I think that's second attack.
Second attack, right? Rage, bonus action. Rage lasts as long. Oh, raging.
We had extra attacks barbarians, so you get a second attack. If you'd like.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, D20.
Or, yeah, do this again.
Yeah, dog!
20.
Natural 20.
Okay, roll 46. Roll 46.
He's so plush though. It's really.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Is that a 20? 6?
2 more 6s. Oh, that's a 1?
Does he get to reroll a 1?
He does because of his great
Yeah, reroll
fighting.
it. Better. Okay.
So that's 17.
Plus 10.
Plus 10. 27.
Okay, and so the first strike comes across the chest, he veers back. Oh, that wasn't enough. And with the second kind of half-ass swipe, he goes down and spills out all across the ground or the ceiling for you. That cultist is done.
Not bad.
Alrighty, that finishes your turn. Tyrion.
Dodie, stay here, and I'll jump on the broom and fly. Oh, I cast fly on my. No, wait, I don't have to cast fly. I'm on a broom. I'm gonna fly.
It's hard to keep track
Yeah.
of 3 characters.
Yeah, well, Matt does it all the time.
Original group.
Oh my god, the walls are tall enough that you can put that above people and it won't be a problem.
Possibly, we'll find out. Alright, so where are you going, Tyrion?
You're gonna fly straight into the steps.
All right, so you're just going double like a dash or just your movement?
I mean, can I get there in one fly?
25, 30 was the speed of the broom?
Isn't it 40? 40, right?
You can get there. It's as close as you can get on one movement.
That's pretty close, though. I mean, you can throw something at it.
All right, well, I can't get all the way there, so I'll cast something. Shit. It's a prismatic thing, right?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, right now you have just this big red dome, this ruby, bright red dome that's just glowing with light right now.
I mean, would a prismatic spray beat a prismatic spray? Probably not, right?
I don't know. What do you think?
Shit. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna just point straight up and throw. Is anyone above me?
Yes, actually, these guys here, all of them are on the ceiling right now. Any skeletons you see, anything on there are on the ceiling currently.
And I'm up a bit, so I can throw something at them.
Yeah.
I'll throw. Or yeah, I guess drop it.
Yeah.
I will. I'll drop a thing of fire up there.
A thing of fire?
Alchemic fire. A little pot of.
Which one? There's the skeleton. This.
Can I hit two of them? It has a 5-foot radius.
Yes, you can hit these two.
Great. I'll go for both of them.
Alrighty. So the skeleton and the guy gonna it's cocked. Skeleton. What's the DC?
17.
17. Unfortunately, the cultist makes it. The skeleton does not. So the cultist kind of dodges out of the way on the ceiling. It smashes into the ground by the skeleton, bursting into flames. How much damage does it deal to the skeleton?
I'm 15th level or 16th level?
You're 15th.
Okay, 5d6. So
5d6 fire damage to the skeleton. Back to your next.
4, 9, 11. 16.
16 points fire damage. All right, that skeleton just fire consumes it. It's still currently standing, and all the flames are kind of licking through its ribcage. Then it's your turn.
I will, as a bonus action, cast Sanctuary. Am I within 30 feet of any of my friends?
Right now, nope.
On myself.
Alrighty. Back to you up.
All right. Boots on. Boof go the wings. I have 2 actions left. It's really hard to see. How far am I from Skeletal Minotaur?
Right there, you are approximately 40 feet.
40 feet.
40,
and,
45.
And nowhere on the board are any of my allies within melee combat range of any enemy.
Nope, anyone that was, killed whatever they were fighting.
That's what I figured. Okay, so I'm just going to use my actions, my 2 remaining actions, to throw daggers at Minotaur Skeleton.
All right, from where you are? From where you're standing?
From what? Because I'm 40 feet away.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm in range.
Yeah, you have sharpshooter, because that
Yeah,
pillar would get right.
No, I didn't say it on the first.
You have sharpshooter, right? You said? With your daggers?
I have it if I
Sharpshooter?
choose it, but I don't want to choose it.
Right, no, I'm asking just because that
Oh
pillar
yeah,
gives you cover.
I have sharpshooter, right.
So it doesn't
Ignore
matter.
3/4. So the first one is a 19.
Hits.
Good. And the second one is, oh, that hits for sure. That's a 16. That's a 28. Okay, so for the first one, I am going to unload some smite in this motherfucker because I know he's undead. That is 3. Plus 8 is 11, plus psychic damage is 17, plus 3d8 because he's undead. So 17 plus 8 is 25, 29, 36 for the first attack.
36 damage. As you just fling the dagger out, it seems to skid across the stone of the pillar in front of it, leaving these like bright white sparks as it hits, comes through and strikes into the chest. As it does, it bursts with divine energy. You watch as some of the ribs shatter and scatter across the stonework.
Yeah, fucking feathers, buddy. And then the second one is 4, which is just 4 plus the smite. And that gets 4 plus 8 is 12, 15, 22.
22.
So that was, oh wait, I can only smite once per round, or I can do it
You
anytime.
can smite. I believe so. Don't do any attack. I mean, check off. I think it's whenever you spend a spell slot, so I don't think there's a limitation per round. That's part of what makes Paladin so crazy at the higher levels, actually. But just to make sure of that, so the internet doesn't hate me. Yeah, no, there's no limitation on that. So, 22.
And I'm also going to use my movement.
Alrighty.
Is there enough room to fly safely over Big Skeleton?
Yeah, it's about 12 feet tall, so as long as you get within like 20 feet over it, you can...
Okay, then I want to get into the back corner closest to Liam on the map.
Oh, over here?
Yeah, 120 feet of movement.
Over here, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You're over somewhere in this area on the map.
As far back from the enemies as I can be. Yeah, that's good.
All right, cool.
Done.
All right, that ends your turn. Vex.
Has anybody tried shooting like anything through the orb?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try hunter's marking Delilah.
Oh, you have no sight on her.
I don't?
No, all you see is just a sphere
Oh,
of
it's
red.
not transparent. It's
No,
just okay.
it blocks everything.
I
All sight
understand.
is obscured with light. And it's very bright. Like the whole room is just lit up. It's almost like having to squint a little while looking at it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to shoot an arrow then at where I remember her being.
Okay, go for it. Roll attack.
Fire the arms.
Because it's red.
Yes.
Natural 20!
Awesome. The arrow shatters, no effect.
Oh, what a waste. Because it was red. Okay, motherfuck. Okay, then I'm gonna hunter's mark that big guy, and I'm gonna shoot him with a flaming bowstring.
Okay.
Y'all motherfuckers need serenade.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, well, you got a 20 the last time.
Yeah, when it
What's
didn't
the
fucking count.
Well, we all got to eat a little humble pie once in a while. Even you.
You motherfuck, don't rub it in my face when I just rolled a 1.
Face?
Anything you want to drink it? Drink it to it?
Well, because he has to wait because he's gonna get hit. He's gonna get bludgeoned.
Okay, ends Vex's turn. Skeletons are now going to go.
I am gonna move back to the little corner that's next to me.
Right here.
Yeah, and Trinket will follow me in there.
All right, Trinket moves in. Perfect. The skeletons now get up and start rushing in towards the nearest members right now. It looks like this one's going to rush towards Grog. This one's going to rush towards...
Dude. I'm sort of thinking about one of the... How do I say it? One of the problems with... Well, no, it's not necessarily... One of the problems with having so many players and player characters that need to be managed within combat is like the round-based structure is very how do I say it? If this orb, which I don't know if this is the case, but if this was, say, like a lair action of some kind, then it would be happening on a certain initiative count. And the more players that you have, it doesn't necessarily dictate that there will be like fewer rounds in a combat. Those aren't necessarily one-to-one of like more characters involved, fewer rounds. It still depends on a lot of other factors about how the combat is balanced. But it does mean that each individual round takes longer. And so I think normally GMs will balance things to have less rounds and just be like higher damage, lower health sort of stuff, because each round is taking proportionally longer. And one of the weird things about that is, like, if this is a lair action, it makes it more difficult to convey sort of lair action puzzle stuff. Like, if they're meant to, like, say this orb changes color each round on initiative count 20, let's say, the fewer rounds there are, the fewer pieces of information the players have to work with, right? And even if you adjust the enemies to make it so that there are more rounds, like if you adjust the enemies to have lower damage and higher health, that is going to have sort of an outsized effect on how much real life time the combat takes. Because regardless of the balance, round duration is strongly dependent on the number of player characters. Or at the very least, the number of players at the table. I'd never thought about that before. Because like, I'm watching them kill all of these, essentially ads. And I'm like, oh man, they might have everyone except for Delilah dead before Delilah's like third turn. And like 2 data points when it comes to a combat puzzle, or when it comes to like an interest point on a battle map, 2 rounds of information is really just not a lot to work with. Now, I will say, I do think there's some ways to compensate for it. And one of those, which is what got me thinking down this entire line, is to have it communicate, have the combat puzzle sort of deliver information when it is interacted with, rather than at a consistent time every round. So like a lair action or something that changes on a particular initiative count, that is only going to deliver sort of new information once, maybe twice during the round, where like when it actually does the change and when they interact with it for the first time. But if it delivers different type of information, like say it was something that was sort of dependent on the damage type that bounced off of it, right? So it blocks piercing, but it would allow bludgeoning or slashing through somehow, right? I don't even think that would be great, but example. That would be an example of like something that they could gain information just off of interacting with it, which makes it a little bit safer, or possibly maybe robust. Or resilient. It makes it a little bit more resilient to the fluctuations in the number of rounds that there are. So, if you want to run a combat puzzle and you have a bunch of players or a bunch of player characters, I think it's definitely worth considering how to give them information purely based off of interacting with it, so that you can actually lean into one of the cool parts of having all those characters, which is having all the different builds, all the different abilities, spells, options, right? That's one of the coolest parts about having this many player characters and players, is that wide variety of options. I would lean into that for a combat puzzle, as opposed to something that maybe updates on a single adversary's turn or on a particular initiative count. And once again, this is not really something I had thought about before this sort of session. This is interesting. Yeah. Do you want to know what the sphere is that Delilah created? No. I'd love to find out about it, how the players find out about it. And I hope that they find out about it in an interesting way. Because this is a great thing for the players to be able to experiment with. And, you know, the players wouldn't have a chat that could tell them what it is and how they need to interact with it, you know? And so far from what Matt's given us, I don't know how they should interact with it or what exactly it is. It blocked Vex's attack. Would it block movement as well? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it just blocks projectiles. Or maybe it only blocks projectiles when it's red. I don't know. Presumably because that's not where she is. Oh, wait. Matt didn't ever roll with disadvantage. She just said, I want to shoot where the last time you saw her. He let her do it. She got 20 and he said it missed. Well, he didn't necessarily say that it missed. My read of that was that it like shattered against the side. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, the arrow shatters. So my implication was that for the purposes of the arrow, the red sphere is basically a wall. So it wasn't that she missed so much as she hit full cover. You know, she just hit a brick wall with her arrow. Yeah. So I'm currently not presuming that that's not where she is anymore. I'm presuming that she is inside of it. It's just acting as full cover, at least against projectiles. But I knew what it was the first time I saw it. Well, whoop-de-doo for you, Jay Custon. Hudson. I have no idea what it is. But also, as I've said in the past, I think these sorts of things, especially if they are, you know, being portrayed as a combat puzzle, it should be dependent on whether or not the characters know what it is. And so the question is, would their characters know? Maybe they would. Maybe they've seen this sort of thing before and I've just forgotten. I don't know.
Keyleth there. This one's also going to rush in towards Keyleth. The Minotaur, who got impacted, angrily sees you start past, turns around, not within range. Instead, it's going to move up towards... this knight is also going to move in towards Keyleth. These guys up on the top are going to go ahead and just focus in that way. All right, so first, the Minotaur swings with his axe. Makes a giant swing towards you, Lionel. Actually, no, what it's going to do is it's going to rush up instead, put its head down, and charge forward towards you with its horns in front, and it's going to strike you with its horns. That's 18 to hit. What's your armor class?
Oh, it is 18.
18? Okay, so that just barely hits. You suffer 13 plus 9. You take 21 points of piercing damage, reduced to half, so it's 10, because you're raging. And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Saving throw. So minus plus 10. So, and that's with this dice, right? Yeah. For saving throw.
Yes, roll that, plus 10.
23.
23, yeah, so you're not pushed. You get the impact, you kind of like, the horns come in your chest, like, oh, that hurt. But this giant creature is stopped in its tracks. Yeah, its hooves are kind of scraping into the ground, and you're just immovable. That's in its turn. That's skeleton attacks on Keyleth. That's 18.
Hits.
13.
Hits.
All right.
13 is my armor class.
All right, so you take
I'm a fire element.
22 points of slashing damage, reduced to 11 from the 2 attacks.
11, so I'm at 52.
And all right. Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. The black artist is going to make 3 attacks with this giant glaive that it has. It's like, you know, up close, you see this like jagged black armor. Yeah. He's going to rush up with this glaive that spins. All 3 attacks on you. That is...
He's probably going to hit me.
23. 18. And 16. Alrighty. So you take 9 plus Thunderous Smite damage. That's going to be 21 points of damage. Sorry. It's going to be 9 points of slashing, which is reduced to 5 or 4. And then you take an additional 15 points of thunder damage.
So 19 points total.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's mark that off.
And it could just be that Matt is focusing on, the damage types because they he just wants to. Could also be maybe a small hint towards the players to maybe consider damage types for these spheres that are getting summoned around the orb. Either way, we're about to take a break, run some ads, and then we'll get back to the combat. It's definitely interesting. It's hard to track, but what are you gonna do? There's 11 fucking people on side, and there's just as many offside. It's what's up? Hello. Let's get back into the combat, man. It's the kind of perpetual problem of watching these combats is I don't have a lot to say, but I need to keep it at some speed where I can still pick up if something important happens. So we just kind of gotta get back into it.
The second strike.
Okay.
The second strike is going to go ahead and hit you again. It's going to burn another slot for another smite. So on the second one, you take another 4 points of slashing damage, plus 13 points of radiant damage to you. Or is this being necrotic? Necrotic damage.
Coming from the Skeleton Minotaur?
No, this is from the armored guy.
Gotcha, okay. We gotta get to him. Okay.
And the third strike hits you for 4 points of slashing, for a third, or 1 dark smite, to suffer another 13 points of necrotic damage.
That brings me exactly to 0.
You drop your form.
I drop form.
Oh.
Just form.
Still.
I tanked that motherfucking fight, y'all.
Yeah. So at that point, all of a sudden your form drops in place.
Still on the ceiling, right?
Yes, you are. The War Priest across the way is going to look outward and begin to focus and chant under his breath. The little bit of light begins to show once again, the sign of the missing eye in most of these individuals. Delilah was not missing an eye, it seemed, but the rest of them seem to have this appearance amongst them. As it releases this form of energy, you watch as a familiar, darker burning flame begins to spill across the ceiling as a flame strike works its way.
Oh, yeah.
And when it was see.
what I
Not a firestorm. Flame strike. Sorry, so it's a column.
Flame strike. Okay.
Scanlan is relative. If you're looking, is it 60 foot range? Is what you're asking? Yes, it is. So
I'll counterspell that.
Counterspell the flame strike.
Sure.
All right.
Scanlan.
Oh, not a problem.
All right. I need you to go ahead and roll a d20. Add your charisma modifier.
Charisma modifier. It's just a +2? Wait, no, wrong guy.
Sorry, it's a flame strike, not a firestorm.
19.
19 will do it. With that, as the flames begin to well out and this column of fire and dark divine energy begins to swell up, you just reach out, snap your fingers, and the spell just vanishes in the spot.
Oh, short halt.
Short halt. Short halt.
Ruins
I
that
don't
one.
feel the love. I need to go away for just another year.
This, that necromancer, however, is going to impact in the center of the chamber. A burst, a necrotic energy that just billows out in the center, a 60-foot radius. It's going to affect all of you guys. I need you all.
Me up in the corner?
Everyone but you, because you're way out of the way. Mr. Way out of the way guy.
That's what I do.
Yep.
Ceiling and floor.
Ceiling and floor, because it's a large enough radius where it affects the entire space. So I need you guys to roll a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Who?
Everybody but Vax. And no, it'll still affect Dodie.
And I have advantage because of the cabal.
Yes, you do.
I suck tonight.
20.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't help it.
Alrighty, so the
Mother bitch. Wait, Laura, did you roll?
Oh, I can add inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's not gonna save me.
okay, so over here, Grog.
26.
26. You take 15 points of necrotic damage. Pike.
15.
15. You take 15 points of necrotic damage.
10.
You take 30 points of necrotic damage.
23.
15 points of necrotic damage.
Natural 20.
15 points of necrotic damage.
10.
30 points of necrotic damage. Scanlan.
24.
24. You take 15 points of necrotic damage and make a concentration check, please. Constitution saving throw with advantage because you have a warcaster.
Plus anything or just
What's your Constitution saving throw bonus?
Constitution saving throw? It's a lot. 22 on the first one.
You have advantage, but yeah, so you maintain concentration. You're fine.
22.
Alrighty. And I need Tarion.
13 plus 7. 20.
All right, 15 points of necrotic damage to Tarion. As the wave kind of fades off, you hear the chuckle of the two cultists, and they step backwards into the red clear.
Weren't they on the ceiling?
You're right. Sorry.
They were on the ceiling.
They're on the ceiling. So you look so disappointed. Thank you for the reminder.
They were my least favorite.
I know. Fair enough. No, but you're right.
Is Lionel dancing on the
Dodie does get it. Yes. All right, Dodie is on the ground. Thank you for the reminder. Sorry.
Oh, wait,
Yes?
how many points?
30 necrotic. Yeah.
Trinket.
I was being done.
Oh, trinket roll?
No.
Trinket roll for trinket?
Frank?
30 points necrotic trinket.
Okay.
Alrighty, that ends. There goes there.
Okay, so I am going to hold my turn until after Scanlan goes.
Oh, you can hold an action.
I'm going
So
to.
we-
Yeah.
What are you going to hold? What action are you going to hold?
Oh, I have to tell you what I'm going to do?
Essentially, yeah. So as opposed to moving your initiative around the order, you can still move in your turn, and then like if you're going to cast or attack, you start it and then wait for someone to trigger it and then release it when it happens.
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt, but I'm going to hold it until after Scanlan's turn.
Right?
Correct.
No,
Is it at the bottom?
No, she's at the
Scanlan's close to the top.
Sorry.
Okay. So you begin casting Guiding Bolt, and you're waiting for what's the trigger for Scanlan to go?
For Scanlan.
Okay. So you begin concentrating on the spell. End of your turn.
Yes.
Keyleth, you're
Okay. How many people are still on the ceiling with me?
up. Grog, Lionel.
Sit on the ceiling.
Grog, Lionel, and a number of skeletons. The guard, the black guard. The two other casters over there. The Minotaur skeleton.
Okay. I drop form. I'm gonna look around and go like, and then drop my staff and then do firestorm, poof, poof, radiating out from me. And I want to try and avoid Lionel and Grog, but basically radiating out just fire floods the ceiling.
Okay. So you can hit
Like back.
him. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
10-foot cubes.
8, 9, 10. You can just barely, you can get everyone but these two skeletons if you want to do a swath through that.
Everyone but the two skeletons?
Actually, if you start it here, you can go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,
One skeleton's already
6, 7,
10,
8,
10.
9. You can either avoid the two skeletons or avoid one of those casters. Your call.
No, fuck the casters.
Okay, so those two skeletons next to you, untouched. Everything else in there has to make dexterity saving throw against DC 21. Natural 20 on that first skeleton.
What dick?
Minotaur does not make it. Let's see. Blackguard does not make it. Natural 20 on that caster there, and a 13 on that one. So this one fails. That caster succeeds. Blackguard fails. Minotaur fails. Skeleton succeeds. Let's go ahead and roll damage on that.
I get to re-roll ones. Okay. 8 plus 6 is 14, plus 4, 18, 21, 26, 12 more damage. What did I just say? 24?
26.
26 plus 10 more? Or 12 more. 26, 36, 38 damage.
38 points of damage. Alrighty. The skeleton is burned into ash and destroyed. The Minotaur skeleton, who, even though it made the save with the 20, it had taken damage from the fall earlier, and it was enough to wipe it out. The Minotaur skeleton, with that last bit, also burns up. The Blackguard.
We got to kill some cultists. Some Delilah.
The flames burn around the Blackguard, but it stands there defiant. It seems to almost be relishing in the pain as it like burns and tears through its armor.
Blackguard motherfucker.
You don't see a face. All you see is just black armor, jagged at the tips, long cloak that's now like burnt to the back, big glaive that spins in its arm.
Where is he put on? He's right.
Right there.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And he takes half the damage there.
Then fire now too.
It doesn't set them on fire. Alrighty. So then, Keyleth, that's your action. What else
Can I
you gonna
move any? I can move. Can I back out of wherever I am? Where am I?
do? You're right there. 2 skeletons get attack opportunity on you if you move. Up to you.
I'll stay. They are pawns. Let me back out of it.
Okay. 2 attacks opportunity on you. That is a 24
Yeah.
and a 17.
Yeah.
All right. You take 22 points of slashing damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, honey.
It's okay.
Alrighty.
You're fine. Oh, you're dead.
I'm fine.
All right. What we got here? Okay. Delilah.
Delilah? You there, Delilah?
She goes through the thing?
Yeah.
Just walk on
She just
through?
walks through it. She's gonna make a dexterity check to hold on right there, and she rolls a 23 with a DC 22. Your DC is 22 for Scanlan.
Yeah.
She just steps out of it and is like holds onto the edge. Actually, she might have had to do that. She just steps to the edge. She succeeded, but she basically just looks out of the sphere. You watch her face appear out in her hand, and she begins to look around for her next target.
Just Matt Mercer and drag shitting all over us. That's all it ever has been.
She looks over at you, Pike,
No.
and goes, "Not this time, my dear.
Oh, no.
I need you." Let's go to the player's handbook.
Delilah's got an icon.
Hey there, Delilah.
You should make an intelligence saving throw, please.
Intelligence saving throw? Okay, I get advantages.
Yeah, she does. She does.
This is good. Okay. Don't jinx this.
She's fine.
The same fucking
2 8s. Holy fuck.
9.
Oh,
9.
Bye.
Dice.
that changes everything.
As her finger reaches out to you, your brain goes a little numb and a little fuzzy,
Oh no.
and the spell that you were preparing dissipates. And conscious thought becomes difficult as the feeble mind spell takes effect.
What works on Nothing.
1 month.
Your intelligence and charisma become 1. You can't
month.
cast spells. You cannot understand language or communicate in any intelligible way.
I might be able to do a greater restoration on you, but I don't actually know if I can help you.
Wait. Tiberius had it one
She
time.
steps
How do
back.
we heal him?
It was a restoration.
Okay.
She steps laughing back
Shit!
into the orb.
Back into the skittle?
Yep.
Fuck you, Delilah. Holy shit.
Okay.
Percy, you're up.
God fucking damn it.
Any points where Pike is on that?
I'm gonna continue further down the wall towards the evil orb of death.
Okay.
That as far as I can get.
That's as far as you can get. The 30-foot movement, yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to the cultist closest to me on the ceiling.
Okay. That's going to be that one right
That
there.
one right there. Let's do some damage with Animus, and let's add a sharpshooter for it just for fun.
Okay.
That's 16 to hit.
16 to hit. Does not hit.
Wait, hold on. I may have done that wrong. 17 to hit.
Still does not hit.
Still doesn't hit.
As soon as you fire, it hits, but it sparks off of what looks like a big plate armor on this one caster that the ropes were kind of obscuring. As it hits, it tears through the cloth. You can see the reflection of armor beneath.
That's irritating. All right. Forget sharpshooter. One more. That's better. 24 to hit.
24 hits, yeah.
This is not the one I have. It's not the one I have the hex on.
Nope.
Okay, that's fine. Should have done that differently. 12 points of damage and 1 point of psychic damage.
Already. This does
And-
hit. Doesn't seem to affect it much.
I'm gonna hit it. He's still just fine, isn't he? All right, that's fine. I'm gonna hit him again.
Go for it. Scanlan, you're up next.
That's like 35 to hit. Jesus Christ, I rolled 19.
Okay.
And that's 17 points of damage and 1 point of psychic damage.
Alrighty. Still standing.
He's still standing.
Not
You
showing
know,
any wear and tear.
not showing.
Like taking damage, but does not appear to be wounded significantly.
Yeah, and then I'm going to use my I'm gonna use my bonus to heal myself a little bit, just because. God damn it. So, oh Jesus.
Who's it? You're attacking him?
I'm attacking on the cultist. I'm up to 120 hit points now, but
This isn't the one with the fully dark armor. This is one that has like some armor under a cloak. Looks like an older man's face, has like this sort of staff at the side and a mace hanging from the belt, and is just currently casting spells from the ceiling right now.
I know this is. God damn it! I wanted to throw some electricity on it, and I just blanked because my brain's made Swiss cheese. Is it too late?
I'll let you throw it on.
All right, I'm just gonna add on that last shot. I'm just gonna add 5.
Sure, go for it.
5d6s worth of electricity damage.
Go for it.
That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16 points of lightning damage
16 points lightning damage.
on top of that, and that's 5 cabals. Bum, 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 bum. 5 cabals.
Alrighty. So that ends your turn, Percival.
Yeah.
Scanlan, you're up.
Don't have much.
Really?
What? You've always ever said that.
You always say that. That doesn't mean anything.
That is a Scanlan thing to say.
The Minotaur fell. Yeah. It was incinerated by the firestorm.
It's cultist and Delilah left.
And some skeletons.
Dark Paladin. Yeah, black figure.
The black guy.
Black figure.
I think we might be
The
able
one
to
who's like got all that
run
black,
into the ball.
like the really powerful one.
Okay.
It's possible we can run straight into the ball.
Who's with me? Who's near me? Nobody, right?
Right now, nobody is near you. You are. Well, no, sorry. Pike is right next to you, but Pike is just.
Pike is, but I can't do anything to Pike or with Pike. All right, I'll inspire myself. the saddest inspiration. It's raining gnomes. Hallelujah! It's raining gnomes everywhere we go. Short, stout, tough, and mean. The handsomest I've ever seen. All right,
So we do.
I'm gonna dimension door into the orb, into the whatever this thing is, the prismatic ball.
Okay.
It's a decision.
Please.
If it's doable.
Please. If he
Pass
can,
through
I mean,
magic
like,
barrier.
it might
with
just be a
dimension
concentration
door.
based, and if he can knock it out.
Come on, baby.
I'm going to check one thing. This is important because this will make a big difference. All right.
Is it an action to drop anti-gravity?
Yeah, no, I can just do it at will. So will you?
I'm not on the scene.
All right.
I don't care about anybody else. I don't give a fuck.
Not into the orb of death. Just
Right, but
like
inside
right
the
next
sphere.
to Delilah.
No, I understand. I will say, as is the nature of the spell, versus a dimension door, I need you,
Oh boy.
as you begin to pass through, your form kind of folds through the magic, the very powerful magic and intent of this sphere.
The dome of red hits you. What is it? So he's not dimension dooring, he's misty stepping? Because he's saying, as is the nature of this of the spell versus a dimension door. Okay, so he is doing dimension door. Okay. Okay.
The ray dome of red hits you immediately. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. 2.
Oh wait. No. +6, that's 8. Plus I'm inspired.
You can inspire and roll on top of that if you want it.
10. So 18.
18, not enough. All right, so that's 6.
Oh god, there's a lot of d6s I hear.
You take 28 points of fire damage for the red. As soon as you're like in the little flash, you flash through, and there's orange behind it. I need you to make another dexterity saving throw.
Orange.
Oh no, it's
Oh
The
no!
whole rainbow. Ending with indigo. Everyone's worst color.
18.
18.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
That is
And if you make it in, you are in a death box.
What's that mean?
You are in a
take-
box.
34 points of
Oh.
force damage. No, sorry, lightning damage on this.
Okay.
Acid damage. I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry.
Acid, I get halved.
All right, so you take 17 points of acid damage.
Oh god!
The fuck is this spell? All right, now I am cheating. I normally want to figure out what it does with the players, and I am right now. Now I want to know what the fuck it is. What? I have never seen this before. I mean, I would assume it's like chromatic sphere, chromatic orb. No, that's a level 1. What is this? Chromatic rose? Prism? Prismatic sphere. Prismatic sphere. Did I spell prismatic wrong? Wall. Prismatic wall. 9th level. Oh boy. Okay. Multicolored plane of light forms a vertical opaque wall, 90 feet long, 30 feet high, and 1 inch thick. Okay. Centered on a point you can see within range. Alternatively, you can shape the wall into a sphere. There we go. The point remains in place for the duration. If you position the wall so that it passes through a space occupied by a creature, the spell fails. The wall sheds bright light. You and creatures you designate at the time you cast the spell can pass through without harm, for sure. If another creature, it must succeed on a con saving throw or become blinded for a minute. Moves to within 20 feet or starts its turn there. I see. The wall consists of 7 layers, each with a different color. When a creature attempts to reach into or pass through the wall, it does so 1 layer at a time through all the wall's layers. As it passes or reaches through each layer, the creature must make a dex saving throw. Oh, man. The wall can be destroyed. Wait, how is it destroyed? Also 1 layer at a time in order from red to violet by means specific to each layer. Once the layer is destroyed, it remains so for the duration of the spell and anti-magic field has no effect. Okay. 25 cold. Destroyed by a strong wind. Force damage. A pass wall spell or another spell of greater that can open a portal on a solid surface destroys that layer. I mean, this is an interesting spell. It's just, what does it say? When a creature attempts to reach into or pass through the wall. I guess it depends on what you mean by pass through, or like on how you interpret pass through. Because that seems like a vague English phrase to have no specificity of what to do about teleporting. Each wall has an AC 10. Yep. This is all, I think, the same. Yep. Huh. Interesting. This. Interesting. I don't hate this spell here. Like, it's definitely interesting. It just... how do I say it? It feels, I can't think of quite how to describe it. It feels like it would be interesting if it wasn't... if this wasn't like their first ever exposure to it. Like if they had some time, like if this was just like if this was on the exterior, like this was like the illusion or the equivalent thereof that was like on the exterior, and maybe they had some hints or some clues, or maybe they knew that there was a MacGuffin in some old tomb and there was a prismatic wall guarding the entrance to the tomb. And like this feels like an interesting challenge when you have time to experiment with it. I don't know how much I love it as like just throwing it out in the middle of a combat. I don't know how much I love it. I also saw there was something about indigo blocking spells. The target has the restrained condition. If it fails 3 times, it gets petrified. Spells can't be cast through this layer, which is destroyed by bright light and shed by the daylight. You know, if Matt counts, if like indigo is the reason that his dimension door is sort of being blocked, then at the very least, I hope he stops at blue and is deposited on the outside. If he... I also think it would have been reasonable to just say the spell fizzles because you like can't target the point. It's a little bit natural language. You gotta interpret it coded. Yeah. He teleported to the other side of the wall, not walked through it. Yeah, I mean, passed through is very much natural language lack of clarity. Does pass through indicate that physical travel is necessary? Could it include teleportations where the space that it affects is in between the destination and the casting point? I would also say no. Like, I would say that he just teleports to the inside, personally. Or I would say that it just fizzles. If spells can't be cast through this layer, I would have said that it just fizzles. But I don't know. It's hard. I think reasonable DMs will come to to different conclusions there. Yeah. It almost feels like Matt's getting revenge for the thing on Delilah, but using a different NPC. Oh, in regards to like the Feeble Mind? Yeah, I don't know. The Feeble Mind is... I'm kind of whatever about the Feeble Mind. There's so many players here that it doesn't like bother me as much. Like, it's still annoying, and it's an annoying spell to use on a party. But also, they do have access to like greater restoration. Like, in theory. So, I'm not as... The Feeble Mind's kind of fine to me. But... Unless we're talking about Prismatic Wall. Yeah. Technically, players can take it too. They just have to be characters who are level 17 plus. Yeah. Yeah. If they had a little foreshadowing prior, would that have helped? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say. Because, like, I kind of like the idea of them experimenting with it. And debatably, they did get foreshadowing. Like, the arrow not passing through, but Delilah and her cultists passing through unaffected, like, I think it made it pretty clear to me that there were some manner of rules about passing through. I think there was enough foreshadowing to think that passing through it might be dangerous. Debatably not enough to imply that passing through it would make you take hundreds of points of damage. Because that's not typically how teleporting works. And that's kind of what would ultimately shape my sort of running of this, is that I can't think of another situation where attempting to teleport through something would do a shitload of damage to you. That's like almost exclusively never how teleporting works, to my recollection. I could be wrong, but I can't think of another scenario like that. So that would be part of what shapes my ruling here, is just like consistency within the way that everything treats teleportation. When it's vague like this. I'm not saying I would homebrew it to change things, but I think that this is vague enough that that is a fair ruling. For the entire thing, though, it's tough to say. It's especially tough to say when this is like a 10-minute thing. So it's not like an 8-hour thing or a 2-minute thing or a 2-hour thing, whatever. It is very short. I think I would like this the most in a scenario given its duration, in a scenario where they're like running away. So like if Delilah and crew cast this on like to like cover a doorway to like facilitate their escape, I think I would be really into that. Because then it's like, how quickly can they experiment to figure out what's going on with it? And every turn that they don't figure it out is further and further and further that the caster is getting away. With it being like this, what they should almost certainly do is just back out of the room and not do anything. Just like stop experimenting with it. But that feels strange to do. Both on like that feels strange to encourage as a GM, and that feels strange to do as players. To just be like, yeah, we should just like wait to see if this spell will just go down. Like, assumingly this is a pretty powerful spell, it probably has a relatively short duration. We should just go around the corner and wait it out. It's not super fun, but it's better than standing there and allowing Delilah to feeble mind you all. Is feeble mind concentration? I don't even think so, is it? Right? It's not concentration. It's not. So it's like the fact that Delilah is like using it as cover, like walking back and forth, super smart. But it also means that they just kind of shouldn't take the fight. Which is tough. I don't know. Matt's certainly trying a lot of stuff here, which I do like, but I don't know. Yeah. In older editions, it was 10 minutes per level, so at a minimum 150 minutes. It was 8th level. Kind of a stage hazard. Yeah. Which that makes more sense to me. Yeah, it just feels like there should be, like, I see this less as a, like, fun and interesting way to do cover for an adversary, like permeable cover, as opposed to something like Magic Circle or Tiny Hut. You know, those seem like interesting ways to do like semi-permeable cover. This to me seems more like a thing you put in front of the players where the amount of time it takes for them to solve it matters. That's what this feels like to me. Yeah. There's a ruling to end phasing, and you end your turn inside something, you take damage, and shunting you to the closest unoccupied space. Yeah. It's like if you were to target a space with Dimension Door where you, like, can't corporeally manifest, it would shunt you out to the nearest unoccupied space. You take a certain amount of damage. I'd also be fine with, like, putting that in, but I don't know that I would give him then the damage for the layers. I don't know. Yeah, this is an interesting usage of the spell. I'm not sure that I like it, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, God.
You pass through that into yellow. Make another dexterity saving throw.
I thought Dimension Door, I disappear to another plane and reappear.
The essence of this 9th level spell
Oh, shit.
is to not let anything pass
All
through
right.
it.
Keep it coming.
Well, then
So make a
why
dexterity saving throw.
are we passing through?
16.
All right.
You know?
Oh, man. Can he bounce off at some point and stop pulling through this fucking rainbow of death?
Yeah.
Check. This is the first time I've used this, so I'm making sure that I can.
Scanlan Short Halt.
9th fucking level.
Killed by Roy G. Biv.
I would also say there's a little bit. I mean this like softly. This isn't a huge critique. But I do think if you're going to deploy this in combat, you should probably think through how it interacts with teleportation ahead of time and be like pretty damn sure. Because this is a pretty fucking tough spell to not be sure about. This is a pretty damaging spell to not have a really good grasp on how something as basic as teleporting, which, it's funny to say that teleporting is basic, but the players do it often enough that I would consider it pretty basic tactics for them. I mean, like, what would have happened for Whisper? Could Whisper have gone through all of the walls? Probably not, because it has to, like, actually traverse the space. Would Misty Step have been different? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
You know what?
No, keep it going.
No.
I got this.
No, based on how it's written, it's passing through the sphere.
What do you mean passing through?
Like physically passing through the sphere.
It's
so
not
I will say,
physically passing
I'm
through,
looking at the
though.
rules now and really thinking about how it's worded and doesn't say otherwise. I'll say you can teleport into the sphere.
God, you're going to another plane. No,
So
not a gimme.
we can take that damage back.
That's not a gimme.
Yeah.
I can take it, Matt.
Take it back.
Bring it.
No.
Bring it.
No. You made a valid point, and the spell does specify pass through it. You do not pass
You
through
were
it. You
on the
appear on the
third
other
color.
side. So,
Of
what's
6.
the range on that? You can just move with
500 feet.
All right, and you just appear inside. You appear within, and you're now on the inside.
Hey, you know what? I will give it to Matt. I'm normally a make a ruling, stick to it type of DM. But that has some wiggle room depending on how impactful the ruling is. Again, probably should have thought through it beforehand, but clearly he didn't, and he's thinking through it now, and that's fine. It is interesting. Yeah.
You can see the bright colors are there, blinding you from the interior. Oh God! Make a Constitution saving throw.
Congratulations, you're in a prison cell with Charles Manson.
15.
15. Okay.
Oh, but I still have my inspiration.
You do.
18.
Okay. So the good news is you didn't take any of that damage.
Oh, great.
As you bamf inside the sphere. Bad news is you're blinded for a minute.
Great.
As it's just the color is so bright in there, your eyes just go immediate, stark, flashing white, and you cannot see anything in there.
Great.
Hi, my name's Jeffrey Dahmer. Welcome to my prismatic sphere.
You know, I would watch Jeffrey Dahmer's Prismatic Sphere. I think
Alrighty.
it's like on the TNC.
Scanlan, that's your action.
And my bonus.
And your bonus. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Okay.
all I got.
Bam.
Oh shit.
All right.
I can't see the danger I'm in.
That's true. However, you do maintain you didn't take any damage. You didn't lose concentration on the spell. You're just blinded. All right. So now those cultists have all been slain. I forgot to do the skeletons last time, so I'll have them move in. These two skeletons are going to rush in at this turn. And then 30. This one's going to go ahead.
I'm gonna get up.
25. That's 4 skeletons on you, Keyleth.
4 skeletons
Yeah.
on me.
8 misses you.
Miss.
13 misses you, I'm pretty
Miss.
sure. 8 again.
Miss.
And a 24.
Hit.
You take 11 points of slashing damage. 3 of them swing at you, you're dodging out of the way, and the one just catches you across the shoulder, and you're like, ah! All right, that ends there. Go. So that, Grog.
I'm going to charge in towards the pedestal. What's the first thing that I reach?
The first thing you reach over here is skeleton.
Yeah. Reckless, great weapon, bastard.
Go for it.
That's a million. 32 minus 5. 27?
That hits.
Yeah, sorry.
Minimum damage, you destroy it.
Okay.
Like, because of the great weapon master.
Right.
So you walk up, smash. There's one also adjacent to you right there.
Yep, same two.
Go for it.
Reckless. 20 even.
20 hits. Minimum damage shatters that skeleton. You can move 5 feet in and get a third one if you'd like.
Actually, I would like to smash the Titan Stone Knuckles together and cast Enlarge on
Okay.
instead.
So instead, you go into full large-size Grog mode here.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Beep up, oh, good fun. Okay.
All right. That's your turn, Grog?
Yep.
Okay. Who's the closest to me?
Closest to you, the skeleton's here, or if you want to rush around and get to the guy in the heavy armor.
I want to go to. Oh, that's the old guy you say with the
Oh,
staff.
there's the old guy with the staff.
There
There's the Black Knight and all the armor with the halberd, or there's some skeletons.
Can I make it over to the Black Knight and all that?
Yeah, you made it with him.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You get it to him right there.
Was I? Is there anybody? Any of my teammates? I want to give bardic inspiration to someone. Are you like close to it? Does it matter? Yeah, you need it. So let me give you.
We're upside down on the ceiling.
LETSGO. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god, you know how to spell, Anal.
That's the only thing I learned.
I'm so impressed.
It's the only song I know, but
I
it
love
works.
it.
It
How
works.
much do I get? 1d10?
Take a D8, is it D8, I think?
The 1d8 times 3 per short.
Yeah, you can use it 3 times. So you get a D8 inspiration die, Keyleth.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay.
Be aggressive.
And
Be
then-
aggressive. I know.
Can I hold? I'm gonna do a hold person.
Okay.
I want to hold that guy.
All right. He's going to make a wisdom saving throw. What's your spell DC? Top there.
16.
16. Natural 20.
So it doesn't work.
No, he's going to cast a spell on him, and you reach out for his mind to clench it. He just kind of Ready's his halberd, no effect.
Okay. Don't I have a bone, like another attack, or is that raging? Is raging done with now?
You're still raging. You maintain your rage as long as you're attacking things. So
So
you're
that's
still
two
raging.
attacks.
Well, you used your action to cast the spell instead of attacking, so that's
So, no, so my turn.
that's your turn. Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry, man. Dang it. Alrighty, Tyrion.
I don't think I can get through that thing, can I? I'll fly up closer to the orb.
Okay.
Two cultists full of magic.
Oh, where are
And
they?
the red ruby orb.
They're right above me?
On the roof.
Oh, well then I'll attack them, I guess. I'll how wide is my prismatic spray cone?
How wide is your prismatic spray cone? What's the cone size on it? It says.
It's just the standard prismatic spray spell.
It's your everyday prismatic spray.
Let me look it up.
Sprays and cone. It's a sugar cone, not a waffle cone. I don't know why.
Prismatic spray. I'm pretty sure is a 60-foot cone. Yep. So it is. It is big old fun guy. So what are you doing?
Will it hit the protective thing and as well as the people on the ceiling? No,
you
just one or the other.
can try and spray them as it is a cone. You can aim it up probably to catch the edge of it. I'll say like yeah.
All right,
So,
but I'm mainly
are you
aiming
trying to hit?
at the two dudes above.
All right, so you can hit those guys and the blackguard if you want
Great,
to.
I'll do it.
Alrighty, so go ahead and roll a d8.
D8. D8?
Yes.
Okay.
For-
Just one D8?
For that guy there.
Oh, that's right, to pick the color. 4.
Alrighty, that's green's a poison for him. For the sphere.
7.
7 for the sphere, that is violet. No effect. Okay, that guy there.
2.
2. Orange. Okay, acid. And the guard.
Not cock. 5.
5. Cold. Alright, so roll 10d6. That's a
10d6.
failure for him. Failure for the blackguard. Roll a 4. And all three of them fail.
Yay!
Okay. Okay.
All over the map there.
Yep. 18. 24. Oh, wow, that's a lot of. 38, 35, 36, 39.
39, alrighty. This war priest over here, the one on the far end, as you strike, that was with the acid ray. The green ray strikes him and he goes, ah! And then just slowly dissolves into a pile of purplish red mush that begins to like smear across the roof.
Everything's on the same.
The other two are impacted by it. They're both like reeling from the pain. They're starting to show some real wear and tear now. That's going to end yours.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alrighty.
No, and I'll fly closer to the sphere. I said that already. Okay.
Yeah, next.
Okay, so I would like to. So Lionel is right on that Dark Paladin, right?
That's correct.
All right, I would like to use my movement to fly. It's probably not all of it, but 120 feet to get to his backside and stab him in the back.
You can get there.
We'll start with that.
Rush in.
That is a 19.
19 will hit. Yes.
Yes, good. All right, so that is sneak attack damage. He gets 3 plus 8 is 11 plus. Where the hell did my D8 go? Yeah. There it is. 11, okay, 16 plus sneak attack damage. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20, 26, 28, 32, 36, 36, 42, 45. So that guy took 45 in the back.
Yes, and as you rush down with the speed of an elven bullet, you drive the blade right into the center of the armor plates, and you watch as he's chuckling this glaive out, glaring at Lionel. And falls dead to the ground.
Perfect. So that's movement, action, and what I have left is hasted action and bonus action. So I would like to use my bonus action to zip over to Pike, 120 feet.
As a dash, okay.
Yeah. And then use my hasted action to carry her out of here, out where there's nobody, towards the end of your map.
Okay, grabbing her, you move at half movement to try and pull her along with you.
That's 60 feet.
Correct. So you pull her. Get her about over here.
That's great.
Okay. Ends your turn.
Explain things to her. She's gonna be so confused.
Plus I give her a bonus action to tussle her hair. All right, next.
Okay, easy enough with the wind falling around. Yeah, next.
Well, that, okay. I'm gonna take aim at the other cultist.
All right, go for it.
Hunter's mark them.
Hunter's marking the cultist?
That's the old one with the staff?
Correct.
Currently smoking.
Well, there's two of them that appear to be staff wielders. There was the one that was like, the older one has been destroyed with acid. The other one you haven't really gotten close enough to see the face of.
But they're holding a staff?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bramble shot that one that hasn't. No. Yeah, I'm gonna bramble shot the one that I haven't seen his face yet.
Okay, so roll to attack.
That was a. What's that? 33.
Yeah, that'll hit. Go to damage.
Okay. Okay. 13, 15. Nobody standing next to him, right?
Nope.
15 plus 2 is 17, 18, 19.
19,
27.
27, right?
So 27
Nice.
damage, and then DC of 17, strength DC of 17.
You're a fucking beast.
Does not succeed.
Yes,
He's
so he's
restrained. As you slam with the arrow from the other side, the vines curl up and wrap around, kind of constraining. He's still holding the staff through part of it, but he's completely unable to move and is restrained.
But he's holding the staff still?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hit him again.
Go for it.
Get him.
Get it. Right now.
I can't fucking add 22.
22 does hit. Roll damage.
It's late.
I know.
Sorry, 100th episode, guys.
Extravaganza.
Bonus material.
I know. I want to finish this to an air beat. Sorry. Thanks for coming along, guys.
Do I get sneak attack because he's restrained?
You do.
Advantage, yeah. Yeah, motherfucker.
Oh, that was the shittiest
Oh, you got it.
additional 4. Oh no.
Yeah, you would. Look, I agree. Oh man, it's so funny. I can't fucking add. I know, 100 episode guys, it's extravagant. We're into our bonus material. I want to finish this episode on narrative beat. Sorry. Thanks for coming along, guys. Like, and this is sort of what I was referring to in previous stream where I talk about like the real life length of the session impacting how the narrative feels depending on like when in that real life you're sort of experiencing it. That's pretty much, yep, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to think if I like something or don't like something. I'm trying to think about how I feel about us not really knowing what they're doing. Like, we can just kind of assume that it's something evil, and like stopping it in Whitestone was at the very least like correlated with Whitestone becoming a much better place. But it is kind of interesting that the stakes are still very squishy. But the other side of my brain says, well, it's Delilah. If it was just someone doing something on a ziggurat, maybe that's too soft. Maybe there's not enough there for the players to grab onto and to care about. But because it is Delilah, and Delilah has, fucking come back from the dead, it can be so reasonably assumed by the players that a villain of Delilah's caliber would not just be doing something that they can just leave her to continue, even if they don't know what it is. Most of my hesitance around just liking it is the timing of it all. Is like, what is the like equivalent of Winter's Crest that we have to stop this by? Right? Delilah seems like during the Winter's Crest, or sorry, not during Winter's Crest, during the Briarwood arc, Delilah like accelerated her plans. She released all of the undead upon the actual town. There were like indications that she was moving the schedule up and they needed to stop her as quickly as possible. Even before they got into the space, right? With this, I can't really tell if they're meant to be like moving up the schedule or if she just like saw Vox Machina and just like reacted by turning the orb white. Like, because she was doing it in reaction to seeing Vox Machina, it takes on a different tone than what they did in the Briarwood arc in Whitestone, which was in part towards rising tensions within the city. And it does seem like they escalated the timeline a little bit once they saw Vox Machina, but they had already been sort of beefing up the timeline, and they saw that it was specifically Vox, and they saw them coming in much sort of earlier. Although maybe they started ramping up the timeline when they triggered the first alarm and they destroyed the first skeletons. That could also be possible. But it all just feels a little bit soft and squishy and a little contrived. And so it's tough for me to know, if I'm putting myself into one of the players' shoes, how hard do they even push this? Like, how viable would it even be? Or how reasonable would it even be for them to, oh wait, no, not the chat. For them to retreat back behind this wall and like wait for stuff to happen. We really don't have a strong indication, I would say. Oh, why am I gathering all of the things on the wrong screens? We don't really have a strong indication as to like how good or how bad that would go for Vox. I don't know. Didn't Winter's Crest just pass in universe time? That's why they went on vacation, right? Yeah. And there hasn't been another substantial time skip since. So they are like getting further and further away from the date of Winter's Crest. Now, I don't really question whether or not the ritual overall is possible. Delilah's clearly gotten more powerful. But the timing is all just feels a little kind of strange. They're just fighting stuff because it's there now, which does happen, except Delilah. Yeah. So perhaps it's reasonable to assume this Zig Orb ritual happened at that Winter's Crest. I would assume, yeah. But then it's unclear to... The thing that's sort of unclear to me is, like, the timeline after that. Because if there has been any sort of timeline of threat established for these sorts of threats, it is... you need to take care of it before Winter's Crest. And they didn't. So, I guess now what's the rush? I don't know. I truly don't know. I'm gonna have to see how this resolves, but there's a lot of strange timing stuff going on. And like strange... yeah. I don't know. I'm not as sold on it as I have been on other plot hooks. Like, in comparison to even something like the Chroma Conclave hook. Of, like, them, invading Iman. I was much more into and sold on that. As opposed to this. I feel like the fact that it's Delilah alone will be enough to rush VM, but I get why this isn't as satisfying. Yeah. The timer that Matt gave us is bringing back Scanlan and Lionel. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the main thing that it feels like is pressuring them to stay is we need to kill Delilah because if Delilah's involved, it must be bad. Feels like the main sort of pressure there. But that's a pressure for them to do it, soon. It doesn't necessarily tell me, like, they've got to throw their bodies at it every single minute counts. It feels like, yeah, like, days might count. Like, things that are happening might matter on the order of days. But on the order of minutes, feels like maybe they should just, like, wait it out. And I don't know, the reason I'm so kind of waffly on this and hesitant is because, like, that lack of information isn't necessarily a bad thing. Delilah is substantial enough to them to assume that they're going to do whatever they can to kill her. It's just such a soft pressure that I feel myself having to, like, assume that they are almost, like, blinded by hatred or the desire for vengeance beyond acting reasonably or thinking critically about the situation that they're in. Which, as it stands, is a situation where Delilah seems to have an impenetrable wall and can just, like, slowly disable them by stepping in and out. I don't know. We'll have to see how they react to it. I'm definitely interested to see, like, how well they're able to sort of justify going after this thing. Otherwise, yeah. Some skeletons and zombies could be rising around the place and attacking settlements. That's accurate. That could definitely be a way to, like, ramp up the pressure of why they need to solve it now. Absolutely. The other factor now is Scanlan is inside the wall. Well, that is true. That is very true. Now yes. Yep. That's very accurate. Is now Scanlan is inside the wall, which is definitely a reason for them not to back off. But Matt couldn't have known that Scanlan was going to do that in prep. But, sometimes, you stumble into some luck. I guess we'll see. Yeah. And maybe something else was planned, and we just won't get any vision on that because this Scanlan thing happened. That's possible. It's happened to me before, where I had some, like, escalating, tension-building thing that I never ended up introducing because it wasn't necessary. So that could be the thing that's going on here. Yeah. Sam pushes the giant red button.
Not like this.
I don't have any idea what I rolled before that.
What do you mean?
Then roll again.
All right,
I mean,
start over.
oh God,
Just
I'm
start
so
over.
sorry.
Just start over.
Oh,
That's
15,
great.
16, 17. This is so much better than the first roll. 23,
Whatever.
23, and then, oh God, 33.
33, got it.
Totally fine.
All right, so the other arrow hits the restrained. They're looking out of their mouth as they're being held there, and they're trying to break away, but they're not very strong. End of your turn.
I'm
Drink it.
gonna get on my broom.
Okay, get on your broom. You move anywhere?
No, but I'm gonna be ready to. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, the necromancer that you just hit.
I Hunter's Marked him too, didn't I?
You did, yeah.
I didn't add my Hunter's Mark on either of those attacks.
Okay.
An additional 7 for Hunter's Mark.
Okay. Alrighty. Sphere. He angrily from beneath the vines gets his staff forward and begins chanting something under his breath. He rears back and exhales, and he watches a cloud of green, billowing, poisonous smoke spills out in this area. That's going to get all of you guys. So I want Keyleth, Grog, Lionel, and Percy to all make a Constitution saving throw, please. Is it magical? It is magical. It is a cloud kill spell.
Not poison, right?
It is poison.
It is poison.
Fuck
Yes.
me, Gil. Ooh, it's not great.
Oh, that's good. See?
I'm gonna go ahead and roll my inspiration. That's better.
Okay, so you take,
And I have resistance against poison because of the belt.
yeah, so 15 points of poison damage reduced to 7. Okay. All right.
It's a cloud kill. What level is cloud kill, bro? Is it only 5th? I definitely thought it was better. Or it was higher. Still, I mean, Delilah being 17 plus. If this guy has access to cloud kill, he's at least 10 plus. This is a pretty tough fight. No real yeah, certainly not an escalation up to this. It was a vertical jump in terms of, like, the difficulty of everything before this, and then whoo, really ramped up once we got into this room.
12. You suffer 30 points of poison damage.
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Lionel?
Okay, could have been worse. How much?
now-
30?
30 points of poison damage.
18, but how does Off the Duck's Back work again?
You use a reaction to reduce the damage by half.
Do I have a reaction?
You do.
Can I do that now?
Yes, and you succeed on that, so you actually reduce it to a quarter. So instead, it is 7 points of poison damage. First of all,
I rolled 27.
15 points of poison
15
damage.
points of damage.
And
Oh, my lord.
the cloud remains in this area. So this whole area now is just a billowing cloud of just bad news.
Hear that terrible pun from inside the orb of death.
No.
I said, oh, my lord. Mallard.
Yes, I understand it happens at the start of the turn, but we're trying to get through this quickly, guys. Don't worry.
Uh-huh.
Comment on the internet, it's fine.
You're fine.
Yep.
Hear the internet.
2 skeletons on the other wind. That brings us to Pike.
So long, so long.
You can move and attack. No spells.
Okay. I can attack.
Yeah, but
Well, you moved her far away.
Not much you can do from this angle, unfortunately. What do you want
There's
to
no
do?
rolling against it or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
You get to roll against it in 30 days.
Oh, cool. I'll be back in New York. Okay, let's
We can
We'll
fix
time
it.
jump,
We
we'll
can
time
fix
jump.
it.
I'll
I can fix it. Just give me a hot second.
Okay. What? Yeah. What if you die?
We'll have
I'll
no
start.
problems if Caleb dies.
Just wander up.
Just one.
Yeah.
I'll start walking back towards that way.
This way?
Yeah.
All right.
Just start wandering. Yeah.
You can use dash, you can move.
I don't need a dash.
Okay, just stay back there. All right, we'll take it that far.
Smell
All right, then it's Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
I don't know.
Who's left on the ceiling with me?
It's you and Grog and Lionel on the ceiling with 2 skeletons. And,
2 skeletons?
and,
That's it?
And 1 cultist.
And one fucking cultist?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one he's been pretty hard to.
Kill the cultist.
I can't help. Never mind. No, I don't get time to suggestion.
Oh my god, a lot of things have changed in a hot second.
Comes that too fast.
Okay. What's going on right now?
Can't help. I'm not allowed to help.
Delilah's still. Where's Delilah?
She's hiding in the ball. We can't get to her. Spell that shit.
Yeah. I have to pee. We're about to take a break. It is sad it happened to the PC that's never there to play. It is. And, like, I understand that Matt, kind of said the targeting priority rationale out loud. But I think... What's up? Hello. Hello. Yeah. So far, this combat feels like Matt just sort of threw a bunch of stuff in that he thought would be cool and didn't necessarily think too far beyond that as to whether or not it would be an interesting combat. Because there are a lot of things going on here that would be cool, that are cool. And, like, I am glad that we're kind of finally starting the final arc. Like, I'm glad that all that's happening. It's just, it feels sort of slapdash, I guess. Like, I I sort of, I don't know. I think it had been so long, right? Like they had been doing so much, like the Terry stuff, the Water Ashari, Pike's family, the entire Hell's Hodis arc. And this was not related to any of that. And the only reason I highlight that is because Matt's had, I would guess, pretty much since the Chroma Conclave arc to work on this. And to, like, work on the hook and the battle and the dungeon and the arena and whatever. And I'm sort of just surprised it's this straightforward. I guess. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is basically as straightforward as the as Terry's arc. Like, it, except that, you know, Delilah's here instead. But you could sort of skin Delilah into any other wizard, and everything that's happening here is pretty much the same. Like, there's no reason that I'm, like, extra worried that it's Delilah. I would be just as worried if it was a nameless necromancer that was doing all of this. There's no, like, I mean, now that it is just her, I feel like maybe she has special knowledge. But if it hadn't been, I would have just been like, oh, yeah, well, you know, anyone can do that. So, yeah, I don't know. It sort of feels like it's the same sort of feeling that I had during the Thordak fight. Is like, there's been so much time to work on this. It is surprising to me that it is so straightforward. And now I ended up sort of liking it as a juxtaposition towards the Raishan fight. But I still have kind of the underlying, like, man, that was it, huh? And I think that's sort of how I feel here, is it doesn't feel like this is, like, happening for any particular reason or at any particular moment for any particular reason. I don't know why it's taken her this long. Why, like, it's the only reason that they're finding out about it is because a character was written in a guest PC to let them know about it, and he just stumbled across it searching for treasure. It's like, it's not like it's having any sort of radiating effect on the world or anything. It all just kind of feels, yeah, I don't know. It feels like you could do, this could just be the Briarwood arc again. Like, it's not really, while it is changing a lot of stuff, which I do like I like that it is evolving Delilah, it's evolving this familiar arena of the Ziggurat. It is doing some things that I think are interesting. It's not really doing anything with those things. It's like having like it's like bringing it. It reminds me of something that I heard someone say about like Falcon and the Winter Soldier recently, which was like the show brings up the idea and the conversation of like, how do you like deal or contend with or like have a relationship with being Captain America and being black, right? And it brings up that conversation And then the answer is just, you do it. They don't really like contend or like put out an opinion or like commit to a side of like how that, you know, how that should be. They just sort of acknowledge it and then don't address it again. And that sort of feels like Delilah's inclusion here is like, sure, it's Delilah, but does that super matter? Sure, it's a ziggurat, but does that matter? Is it building on the previous ziggurat? Maybe it is, but nothing about this dungeon leading in, nothing about this fight, like none of this feels like, it all feels very disconnected from everything else, which is not like an inherently bad thing. It just feels very strange to make all of these connections and then do very little with them. Now we'll see. The end of this might do a little bit more than I'm anticipating, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of think the Delilah reveal is what he focused, this being the driving dramatic force rather than the mechanics scenario, which I think for the way the cast play feels like it makes sense. I guess I'm just not, it feels like a shallow way to use that reveal. Like, I think a lot more could have been done with that reveal. I'm not saying that that's not what's happening here. I'm more saying it's like, man, if you're gonna do that, it feels like there's maybe some ways to pump it up, you know? Which is also why I'm conflicted, because again, it's like nothing is wrong with any of this. It just feels shallow compared to the possibilities with the ideas presented here, I guess. Yeah. The players definitely seem very invested to me, even though it's nearly 5 hours in the game. I mean, how do I put it? Like, ostensible player investment is, I think, a decent thing to look at when we're talking about, like, good or bad, like going on that like zero binary of like positive or negative. But if we're working within the gradients on either side of zero, it's like the players could always be more invested, right? Or less. And I think there was maybe an opportunity here to hook them even more. There was I think there was a larger opportunity here. I don't know. I feel like this was planned to go down differently, but player reasons, Scam Sandlin, John Lionel forced to change. Maybe. I mean, we could speculate about that. I don't know. Maybe. But I mean, no, I almost maybe John Lionel, but Sam Scanlon is like the reason that they're here. Like, if it wasn't for Sam and Scanlon's involvement, they would have no idea that any of this is happening. There have been no sort of external signs, you know? So I don't know that I would believe that it forced a change. At least a substantial one. I don't know. If it were a random wizard instead of Delilah, how would one even know there's something bad happening? Like, how would we know that the ritual is bad? That's a good question. How do we know that the ritual is bad? Like, we're just kind of assuming on vibes. We don't really know. Like, Delilah could be a tragic anti-hero. Maybe she's been doing something good the whole time, and she had to put Whitestone through all that suffering in order to accomplish something good. I don't believe that. I believe she was doing something fucking evil. But I would also believe that any other random wizard that I walked in on doing what is going on here of like feeding stuff into a scary orb and immediately attacking me and and having all their left eyes like poked out, or the right eyes, I don't know which. It just kind of gives evil energy. For me, Delilah's involvement doesn't really sway the needle, especially if there had been a siphon there, because we already have it pre-established that Delilah was trying to summon and activate and do something with the siphon in the Briarwood arc. So her being here is maybe a little bit more evidence that something evil is going on. But if someone else was just doing the thing that we saw Delilah attempting to do, I don't think I would still probably assume that they were doing some evil shit. So to me, it's kind of not a break point as to whether or not it's Delilah doing it. Like, it certainly confirms that it's almost certainly evil, but I don't take it as that much additional sort of evidence. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wonder if he cut stuff from the descent into the Zig due to the pacing of the first half mansion scenes. Now, that I could definitely see. And it all depends on kind of how much was cut, which is, hard to know. But I don't know. If there was a lot that was cut, I might have just said, hey, Matt, maybe you should just cut the entire session earlier. But I think he probably wouldn't have, because there's the whole episode 100 of it all. So he probably wanted to end, or at least have the Delilah reveal within episode 100, which means you now have to cut as much as everything that slows down getting to that moment. Which I've been in a similar position. I've been in like last session of an entire campaign sort of stuff, and I had to cut some substantial parts of it in order to make it fit within the 8-hour session. So it happens. And I think if that was the case, that there were cuts made and things made a little bit more sense before, and but you wanted to get it all in a very particular session, it's probably just, a learning experience. Like, if it was the case that there was a lot of stuff that made all of this feel a lot more rich that ended up being cut for time, that's just something you got to learn from as the DM. Kind of like the Kraken fight. It's like, if cutting for time makes it shallow or simple, then you take that in the next time you're planning something. And that's about it. Other than the small anti-magic field, what effect did the orb have on Whitestone? Since this is an abandoned place, why would there be a noticeable effect? I mean, why would there be a noticeable effect? Sure, but also, like, why couldn't there be a noticeable effect? Right? Like, we don't act like the orbs are of Matt's own creation and design. And Whitestone had enough kind of going on with the corruption and the eternal gloom and the withering of the sun tree. Like, there was enough kind of soft stuff just happening in the vicinity that it's hard to know whether or not that stuff was because of the orb, the corruption of the ziggurat. Like, it's hard to know why any of that was happening. Same thing with the Viscon teleporty stuff. Like the Viscon, like, teleportation blocking. It's hard to know if that is because of the undead presence in Opash's lair, if it was because of, the particular ziggurat that's at that, if there's an orb underneath there. These siphons are of Matt's own design. they can do whatever he wants them to do. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That was vampire stuff. It's in their stat block. It doesn't have to be. Like, Matt is proven himself more than willing to change stat blocks. If he wanted to make it on the part, like, not because of the vampires, like, he never confirmed that it was because it was the vampires. He never said, like, oh, yes, the vampires are dead now, and thus Whitestone returns to its natural beauty. The players don't know any better. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. It's also like the orb itself doesn't have to be the thing that is directly having the effect. We have a good example with the Underdark and Craghammer of Kavarn's abominations just sort of breaking out of the mine. There could be easily something else in a similar vein of stuff is just sort of happening as they progress further and further in the ritual. Because we never saw Whitestone or the surrounding landscape when Delilah was like actively working with the orb post summoning it, right? So even if we want to say that like the orb just existing isn't what did all of that, right? Or the ziggurat just existing in its corrupted state isn't what did all of that. We could also have it just be like, oh yeah, once the orb is summoned and is in the hands of the evil person that knows how to do it, there are byproducts or things that happen off of that. I feel like I'm almost in the inverse scenario of when I was like, why is it a face? And people were telling me like, oh, just like think creatively. Why would you make it just a rune instead of a face? The face is so much more fun. And now I'm like, man, why is nothing happening in the surrounding area due to this super duper evil ritual? And people are like, well, it's just a super duper evil ritual. Why would it do anything to the surrounding area? And it's like, I don't know. To give some amount of rationale as to why our heroes have come here. Give them some reason that isn't coincidence to show up. That's kind of the reasoning, I would say. But I don't know. Whitestone was like, that caused spooky. Yeah. Confirmed Mega hates people missing one eye and thinks they're evil. So true. Also, hi, Deadly Spark. Thank you for the 24 months. I appreciate it. Oh, no, I'm good. Okay. I think it being Delilah makes it more personal for the characters and consequentially easier for the players to go into another arc when it seems everything is quiet and closing. I think that's probably the case if Delilah escapes. I still do hope that Delilah escapes. Because if she doesn't, I think it makes it much... I think we're kind of back to square one of, like, not a lot of reason for them to go into this. So if this is just a reveal that Delilah is around and doing stuff, and then she leaves, and they still know that she's, like, an active agent in the world, I like that as a hook. Of like, we know that Delilah's around. We know she's doing stuff. We need to find her and hunt her down and stop her before she succeeds. I'm into that. I feel like Delilah, a 17th level spellcaster, doing this is scarier than a random necromancer. I mean, the random necromancer could also be a 17th level spellcaster. Delilah wasn't a 17th level spellcaster before now, you know? How many people or even a monster of that high of level are there in Exandria as far as we know? I don't know. Yeah, it's how would I put it? That hasn't seemed to hold Matt back in the past. They're kind of evil, or not evil, but powerful entities just kind of kicking around on every corner of Exandria. So I don't know. My honest answer to that is the level of magic within Exandria seems very fluid to me. It seems very, very dependent on the mood and what Matt kind of wants for that quest. It would not have surprised me if there was just a random 17th level caster here. I would have just been like, oh yeah, powerful necromancer, yeah, sure. That wouldn't have felt out of place at Exandria to me. But, yeah. Ain't no way Percy is letting her get away. I hope he doesn't have a choice. We'll see, though.
Smoke everybody outside that bitch.
I mean, why not? Why not? Go big or go home. I'm gonna burn my 9th level shape change. What? And go, I'm gonna go Red Dragon.
Okay.
And that's all I can do, right?
Yep, that is your action.
I'm a dragon on the ceiling. I'm a dragon on the ceiling.
You can still move if you want to, but you are a dragon on the ceiling.
Cool. You have a giant crate of the things she can turn into?
Yep.
He does. Yeah. He had to pack a lot of stuff because of me. I feel mildly guilty.
That's fine. We can
Can I move, goof, giant dragon walking on the ceiling, and then look down at Delilah, kind of backwards and upside down, and say, hello?
Okay, you get 2 attacks opportunity from the 2 skeletons.
That's
as you step over.
fine.
It's a 18 and 21.
No, yes.
All right, take 11 points of slashing damage.
Cool.
In dragon form, however, I think, do you have bludgeoning resistance or damage resistance in your dragon form? Don't know if you do.
Yeah, I do.
All right, so you move over and you look down. It's an orb. It's not a cylinder, so you just see the giant red dome.
You can't see her.
You can't see her because it's a dome.
I can't see her.
No. So you get up and you glance down. For the purposes of this, you are currently right there, and it's just a big red dome.
So 11 I take half damage. 11.
I'm trying to see where you're at.
That's just, I love reverse gravity makes this battlefield so easy to keep track of. It's fine.
Hey, you know what? I don't blame Matt for that in the slightest. That I would not have thought about reverse gravity. That's something I don't blame him for not taking into account.
Fire.
All right, kill. Is that your go? Because action to cast it in your move. You don't have.
I have frightful presence for anyone who might be terrified of me.
Nobody sees you right now through the sphere.
Cool.
All right, that ends your turn.
Yep.
Probably.
All right, so Delilah, within the sphere, the cultists next to her end up throwing the last object up, and it kind of, well, no, sorry, they have not been throwing it in there because when the sphere turned, they've been kind of holding in there, waiting for a moment. Delilah kind of glances out and sees the dragon up there. She gets to make her save against your frightful presence. That is a 21 wisdom.
What is that against?
The DC, whatever your frightful presence is.
Dragon.
19 versus wisdom save.
Yeah, wisdom saves, yeah, she makes it.
Bitch.
She looks out, seeing everyone falling apart out there, looks back, pulls back in and looks at Scanlan and goes, there's more important things to do. She grabs her amulet that she has around her neck, and as she holds it again, you watch as the white orb that was glowing turns to black. Once again, into the black orb. In that instant, Grog, you revert back to your regular size.
Right.
Oh no!
Tealith, you return to your form.
What a fucking bitch.
Percy, you fall off the side of the wall and land on your feet barely. The skeletons just collapse into piles of bones. Terry, you fall
Bitch.
and land on the ground there. This prismatic wall vanishes.
Does Feeble Mind end?
Yeah.
Feeble Mind,
Not within the range.
currently right now, is unaffecting you.
No.
Wait, it's not affecting you?
Meaning, Feeble Mind, whatever the spell is right now, it doesn't seem to be having an effect. So all of a sudden, your consciousness comes back to you.
Oh, really?
Fucking hell.
She, clutching the amulet, gives a nod to the 2 other cultists, and all 3 of them step into the black orb.
Step into the black
Step into the
orb.
black orb. You watch as their forms and vanish.
They just separated.
They step into the circle?
Yep.
The little spirit. The little spirit.
The orb, we went in the orb? Yeah.
Wait, yeah, you are.
They're moving freely, and it looks like pretty familiar.
Through the sphere.
They're into the, they're into the thing.
Throw the portal.
Okay. This is now a Spec Ops thing. Everything is shaping together. This is why I've been hesitant the whole time. I didn't want to too thoroughly go after it. Because as just a hook that something is going on, not actually something happening right here, the timing is still a little weird, but that's fine. Like the fact that Delilah isn't like pushing through to try and get the ritual done. She's like, meh, we'll go and do it some other place. And then just whoop, just I'll thumbs up to that. And now the fact that it's Delilah is far more important. Now it is radically more important that it's Delilah rather than a random necromancer. So also thumbs up on that. The magical key card. That's fair. I did kind of. It wasn't the jade thing, but it was probably the iron talisman, which we'll see if the characters put that together, but that's difficult to test. I wonder how you would test it, or if you just gotta hope. But it's also like, and there's also now a time pressure on it, because wherever this leads, you want to get Delilah, like, before she disappears on that end, right? Like, every second that you don't go into this is a second where she could get further afield while you can't see her. More likely that you're going to lose track of her. Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that she had to flip the polarity back to Magic's sucking side makes the prismatic wall fine. It makes it fine. A little random. It seems mostly like something that Matt just wanted to use. But I'm into it. I almost wish Delilah would have left earlier, but that's I think a little nitpicky. But I like it now. Now there's a question of, do they follow? Do they not? How quickly are they figuring out how to even go about following? And importantly, Matt learning his fucking lesson. Delilah did a great example of taking a lesson from a previous session and applying it in a future one. Delilah didn't need to cast a spell to run away. So she couldn't get counterspelled. All she had to do was walk into the orb, which is a lot harder to prevent.
They're gone forever.
Nope.
They've done it before.
That's how they got over here.
Scanlan, I want you to roll a perception check.
Unless
Not great.
Shit, I thought you got
5.
Okay, never mind.
still never mind.
What? No,
Wait, she wins at the time.
You know, Jonathan Busby, great point. Great point. Me saying I wish Delilah would have left earlier. This is her third turn. She actually left pretty much instantly. So you're actually really good point. It is a really good point, really good example of how this amount of players can sort of mess with the feel of like adversary decision making. Because in my head I was like, well, why did Delilah wait so long? And it's like, the reality is she tried for like a second, and then it was so obvious that she was losing, and she almost immediately ran. So her decision making actually makes perfect sense. It's just the number of combatants make this take so long that it sort of feels like she debated it for longer than she actually did. At least in my head. But, yeah. Yeah, she ran in 18 seconds. Some people are fucking still in their fucking fight or flight in 20 seconds. She cast 2 big-ass spells and chose to run in less time than people sometimes even decide to run. Yeah. Oh, man. There were like 20 fucking characters. Yeah. Which is, like, is kind of their fault, but also there's a lot of meta factors and reasons that there are so many characters, and this is, I say this less as a naughty, bad CR, and more like, yeah, that's what happens when you got this many. Like, I know why they have this many, and I can appreciate that, that's part of their prioritization, but this is some of the downsides. Yeah. Wall of Force would have worked just as well as Prismatic Wall. It's true. Yeah. And, maybe Delilah would say or argue or whatever that, maybe she thought she had more of the upper hand than she actually did. And then once she saw all of her minions get cut down, she was like, ah, shit, well, I wasted a Prismatic Wall, but I'm not dying for that. Maybe Delilah's just really good at evaluating the sunk cost fallacy. Who knows? But no, I'm look, now that she has run, a lot of this is way better to me. Like the fact that this did not result in I started to get really, really nervous when Delilah flipped the polarity. That was when I started being like, oh shit. And like started to kind of talk through my more critical sort of line in my head. Because to me, flipping the polarity, I didn't know she'd be able to flip it back. And I thought it like really indicated that like something was coming through and Delilah was going to try and defend the portal until that thing arrived, especially when it was combined with the Prismatic Wall. That seems to just not be the case. We won't know what she was maybe thinking when she flipped it like that. But that's why I started going down the more critical route. Honestly, with them now having retreated and gone away, and Vox now just like being left in this like tense limbo of like, do we follow, do we not? I'm kind of into a lot of it now. I'm into there not being any sort of indication in the surrounding region because this is one of many plans. And now that they know that Delilah is active, they can start looking into potential signs. And that gives Matt a very smooth and easy way to get into it. Also, the fact that she was willing to just give up on whatever she's doing here and retreat through the siphon indicates that this was not the final stage of the plan, right? This is just one aspect of it, which makes it feel the timing feel way less coincidental. Like, I guess in a summary, the fact that this is just one part and one cog in a broader, wider plan makes everything about it feel way better, way more reasonable, makes everything make more sense in my head compared to it being the plan, right? If it had been like the plan, the end all be all, this is what everything's building up to, a lot of this would have felt weird and shallow to me, as I said a second ago. But the fact that this is essentially the equivalent of the Briarwoods showing up in Iman, right before we had ever been to Whitestone, the fact that it's the equivalent of that, even importantly, very importantly, from Delilah's perspective, it shows how much Delilah has changed, how much the scope of what we're dealing with has changed. Sure, she was personally here, but it seems like she was just overseeing what was going on here, and she was totally willing to throw everyone here to the wolves because the plan is bigger than just this one piece. So, yeah. Everything kind of coalesces together much, much better for me than I thought it was going to about 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Oh, man. Do you think the eye missing from the cultist is like a thing? Well, the eyes were missing from the bodies around the top of the ziggurat, so I assume it's a thing, but I don't know quite It seems just kind of Vecna related to me. Maybe it'll be like a more important thing, but right now it just seems like symbology, theming. It doesn't seem to be super important, I guess, beyond a general like, oh, Vecna stuff. Vecna stuff going on here, man. Yeah. Matt just wants to show how much more powerful she is now, IMO. I mean, I think that's part of it, right? I think a part of this was showing how the stakes have changed. And I think it definitely did that. Yeah. Casting a 9th level spell and then immediately PowerPoint effect-esque teleporting into an orb is kind of a power move. A little bit, yeah. My belief is she flipped it to white so the confrontation could happen. If it's an anti-magic zone, they are just dudes. Great point, Ross. Really good point. Really good point that I did not consider. That's fair. That's super fair. And once it was clear that she was losing, she just bamfed out of there. Yeah. Yeah. Is there Jesus on a cross in a church? What? Oh, like, are they missing an eye? Is the equivalent to, is there a cross in the church? I guess. That's not the craziest comparison. But, yeah. Okay. I'm cool.
Yep.
I still have shape change for another hour.
No, it's gone. You're done.
Magic's dead.
Okay, so
Wait, did she cancel my spell though, or is it just an orb that's done?
Magic.
You sense the concentration is still there, but the spell has no effect where you currently are.
Because she put the black.
By the way, Lionel and Grog, you both slamming into the ground.
dexterity.
Nope.
Do you think this is all about Vecna or about Delilah herself or about something else? I think it's all about Vecna. And I think part of this is, and I think part of the characterization of Vecna will end up being, you saw how much more powerful Delilah Briarwood is. You saw how far she had come, what she could do. She is a mere pawn of the patron saint of secrets. She is a mite upon the scalp of the demi-lich himself. She is but a fleck of dust in the eye, in the grand left eye of our patron, Lord Vecna. That's what I think it'll be about. I think part of this is showing, let me raise the stakes as Matt, and then I will show Delilah being subservient to this thing. Hell, Vecna might fucking kill Delilah on screen in front of the entire party in like a moment of displeasure in order to show just how disposable even a fucking 17 plus level spellcaster is to him. Like, I can see a lot of ways in which characterizing Delilah like this is ultimately going to serve to characterize Vecna. And that's what I would hope for. I kind of, like, maybe it'll be fine if Delilah is the ultimate villain, but I would lean towards, my narrative instincts, I guess, lean towards it's better if she is powerful and is now just a lieutenant of this bigger bad. Because they've already taken her down. I don't think she should be the big bad again when they've already singularly taken her down. Yeah. Now, maybe she could eventually be like the avatar of Vecna. I could see that, where like she kind of evolves, kind of goes Super Saiyan, you know, to the point where like, sure, she's Delilah, but she's like kind of not Delilah anymore. I could also see that being a road we walk down. But, yeah. You think Delilah's trying to be a lich or just working for Vecna? If we're getting into theory territory, I would bet she has no fucking choice. I would bet that Delilah sold her soul to Vecna in order to like resurrect Silas. That was part of the deal that she signed. She signed that contract and went all the way to that third clause. And this is just a part of her everlasting service. The fact that she has been resurrected is purely at Vecna's leisure. Or she's only alive in order to better affect Vecna's will. If Vecna's plans and Vecna's will did not require her to have a body on the material plane, she would not have one. That is the current theory of what's going on. I think whatever she's doing is at the behest of her lord. It'd be funny if Vecna makes his cultists cut out their left eye just because he doesn't have his. If I don't get my left eye, no one does. Yeah, absolutely. VM killed Silas, but Delilah didn't hang around for them. The idea that she doesn't care about wiping them out, but has bigger fish to fry is pretty worrying. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I know it's maybe like a weird tonal shift when I spent like the last hour or two being like really hesitant and worried, but like this was the fucking Doctor Strange. It wasn't the only avenue that I liked, but this was an avenue that I very much like and didn't really coalesce for me until the very end. But now that it has, I'm super happy with how things have sort of gone here. And I'm very okay with the level of like world building, opportunity, dungeon depth, whatever. I'm very happy with all of that, given what ultimately ended up happening. Which, hey, context matters. I spent the entire time being like, I'm not so sure about this dungeon. But context matters. The way that it ends definitely matters to me in that sense. Vecna possesses her, maybe. I could see it. Vecna possesses Delilah, you say? Oh yeah, girl boss Vecna agenda is back. Yes. Yeah, she absolutely read all the small writing and went, yep, I understand and I don't care. Yeah, the small print. Exactly. So, I'm excited. I'm excited for Lieutenant Delilah. And it gives us a really solid thing to investigate. We now have a sense that there is a wider plan and a wider picture than Vox Machina was aware of. But we also have Delilah Briarwood as a sort of research point. We have the Ziggurats, and we have any that, potentially Vox has encountered as a potential research point or a potential point to go after. And we have Delilah Briarwood herself. We can start asking into sightings of the dead noble around the world. See if maybe we can track her previous or future movements. There's a lot for Vox to sink their teeth into, and huge pressure to do so. The fact that it's Delilah, I think, is a pretty big pressure. If this had been a random wizard, we wouldn't have really known what the wizard was trying to do. Like, yes, the vibes would have all been evil, to be sure, but it would have kind of been an active question, and we wouldn't have had the Vecna stuff to bounce off of. Now we can use everything we learned during the Whitestone arc as a jumping off point for how to go in and investigate this future arc now. In a way that if it had all ended here, I don't think we would have been able to do, at least to the same degree. If Delilah had stuck it out here and died here, I think that would have been much less possible. Yeah. How do you think Delilah being alive will affect Percy? Everyone who was on his list was dead as of 20 seconds ago, but that is suddenly not true. I could not even begin to predict it. I think here's my theory prediction. This is not to say what Taliesin should make Percy do, should not make Percy do. Even what I think is likely necessarily. But if I had to make a prediction, I think he will heavily push Vox towards figuring out how they can traverse the orb. And if they develop a theory, like, oh, it's the iron, amulets or whatever. I think if they develop a theory, he will push them to do it, and he will volunteer to be the test subject. And I think they would have to physically restrain him to stop him. I think Percy is going through that portal. And it is going to be an active question as to whether or not he dies doing so. But I think it's a risk he'll be willing to take.
You guys,
Try to catch him with my wings.
you suffer 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fine.
Got a dragon. So reduce
Are we
to half
finishing the
because you're
episode?
raging
Yes,
up,
sir.
7 bludgeoning damage each.
And are the wings warped back in?
Yes, your wings.
Mine says while raging, resist bludgeoning.
That's what I'm saying. So you're taking half damage from this.
Oh,
so you
that's
take 7 as opposed to 15.
Okay.
Am I still there?
You're still there right next to the orb, yeah.
I am going to unload in a shot into the orb and see what happens.
Okay, go ahead and make a shot.
Animus freezes up. I throw it. Full bad news. Bad news freezes up. I pull retort. That hits.
What? You know,
Technically,
look, Taliesin. Allison. Look, them freezing up. You have a fucking table. You have, your misfire chances. Absolutely. You gotta say the number, man. You gotta say the number. You don't know what hits and what doesn't. You gotta say the number.
fire, discard, quick draw, right?
Yeah.
Which is that a quick draw means you can do it for the free action as part of an action?
I'll burn an action surge for this.
Okay. So I'll say because you only use a bonus action to.
Yeah.
Well, let's reload. As a quick draw, you can just pull it as an attack. So you're fine. So you do 3 attacks. The third one fires. You fire, and it vanishes into the orb.
Is there
Fix my guns.
enemies left on the map?
Currently, there's the one right there who is being held by the brambles. The brambles have vanished, and he's currently still conscious, and it's not his turn yet.
Okay.
So Percy took all the shots into the orb. It is now Scanlan's turn.
I will draw my blade and scream and just hit that thing with my sword. No, the guy, not the orb.
Okay, you rush towards the guy as the brambles wither away and fall to the ground. And he turns around to rush towards the orb. Just as you rush towards him, your bardic battle cry just with Mythcarver. So go ahead and make your attack.
John's dice. 11 plus, I think it's 10. Somewhere.
That'll hit. His armor class isn't very high. It's just a mage armor of 15.
Yay!
It's just a sword. It's not even magical
It's
now.
fine.
Shit, I can't find anything. I think it's 1d8 plus 2.
It's 1d8 plus your strength.
Plus 3. 1d8 plus 3, right?
Well, it doesn't have a magical bonus right now.
Oh,
So just 1d8 plus your strength modifier. What's your strength modifier?
I can't even find it. I think it's 1, but this is an old.
So 1d8 plus 1. Your strength has gone up.
Okay,
So
thank you. Okay, great. Where's 8?
1d8 plus 1.
7.
7 damage.
Plus 8, 1, so 8.
8 damage. How do you want to do this, Scanlan?
Oh!
How do you want to do this?
I have like 3 hit points
How do you
left.
wanna do this?
How do you want to do this?
I'll just stab him in his toes over and over, and I'll say, "This is what you get for separating me from my friends, who I want to be around forever because I love them." Is this what we're supposed to do now? I mean, is this a thing? Okay, yeah, my friends.
As you repeatedly stab it in the feet, it's like, ow, 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 and it's like trying to pull away from you down the side of the pyramid. Ziggurat, what are you doing? As you just keep stabbing it over and over again in the feet until it like falls unconscious, bleeding out through his ankles. How very Scanlan.
Like, the stupidest antic to the side.
All right, we're going in the little sphere. Here we go.
No.
Well, no.
So what? So what?
No, no, no.
So it's only a dark magical anti-magical field because she wants it to be,
She
She
manipulated it.
turned it into that.
which means that
She succeeded on the previous one. This is a pathway into some other world now.
She
we can change it.
Well,
she did something. It was black before. Then she turned it white, and I don't know if that allowed magic, but it's when she turned it black again.
She
All magic stuff. So,
which is like the one that we've been around before.
I mean, she knows what she's
Is it the
doing.
same size as the one
but
we
I
have?
don't think she left the
What about
controls
Speak the
behind.
Dead?
She
We
has.
can't do anything in here.
Yeah, we're
we
gonna
can drag the body out,
drag this
yeah.
cadaver outside.
Okay, let's take this cadaver outside.
Bastard.
Look, there's a small little thing here that I just want to for my own fun, I just want to see. Let's see. Planes of Existence 5e. Matt still needs to display this to them. But which one? Which one? Maybe none of them. Oh, well, okay. I definitely thought that this fucking symbol was going to be one of the symbols for the planes of existence in the 5e DMG. But it, like, the closest is the 9 hells, but it's pretty different. That would be like, yeah, it's pretty different. Same thing with Hades. Maybe Karkari, but still pretty different. Easgard, yeah. Damn. I definitely thought I would be able to find something there. Huh, what the fuck is this symbol?
But it's just very strong magic,
Word
which
what?
makes her change what it is.
She knows
Dude,
how
I
to
don't
She just
fucking
knows
know.
how it works.
Yeah, she knows how to work it.
We don't know why she's here, but she
She's also
figured shit out
dead,
the last
so-
time.
We fucking killed her.
Yeah.
Does anybody? How did we kill her before? How did she die?
You killed her in the hallway as she was trying to escape back to Castle Whitestone when you were fighting Orthax.
was
Like
a
she
lady.
fully fucking died.
Yeah, you killed her and threw her body in the acid pit.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is
Not a lot of remains to be,
right.
But
resurrected.
all of their magic was necromantic and
What if it's
cultic.
not? I mean,
Yeah, but
What if it's just her soul or something?
what if it's not really her?
It's not really
Well, listen, we're not
Oh,
going
shapeshifters?
Yeah, so
Not
let's
right away.
drag one of these smart-looking fucks outside and have Puck do 20 questions.
I'm a little worried that once we walk outside, Pike becomes dumb again.
we'll
Well,
find out. Well,
she can greater restoration, huh? As
I
soon as we walk
can.
outside.
I can.
Let's take this outside. Just take it
Yeah.
outside.
all right.
can.
Nothing good happens.
Then let's
here.
experiment.
Wait,
and
wait,
see
wait,
what
wait, wait.
Catch me outside.
Before we go, Pike. Does Sarah and Ray know anything about this? Anything?
I can check.
Sam, I think you're
You're
right.
just going to waste your attempt in here.
Might be some ducks.
Are you going to try and have a brief communion to Saren Ray in the temple?
Never. No.
I mean, you could try.
If you lose your brain, you can't do it. So why not?
Okay. You drop to your knees for a moment and just concentrate and hoping for her wisdom. Go ahead and make a general wisdom check. Just roll a d20, add your wisdom modifier. +5.
Wisdom modifier?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe it's +5.
Okay. 22.
22. As you concentrate, you feel the warmth of Saren Ray's embrace descend from the darkness of the inside of your eyelids. You see the angelic form of her flaming aura come down, and her hands touch the sides of your cheek. And she turns your head around towards the orb. And where previously you saw the little black dot, instead you see a large oval doorway. Around it, it is flickering madly, like 100 spinning razors around the edges. But just beyond it, you can see what appears to be a desolate gray landscape, what looks to be almost a scattering of city buildings across this broken black shadowland. And in the center, a singular black obsidian tower that rises up to where you can't quite see the top from your current angle. And she gets down really close to the side of your ear, and you feel like the warmth of her divine breath against your face as she says, "This is the destiny. This needs to stop. Only terror will come from this."
We have to go there.
However you can. Outreach cannot go beyond the divine gate.
If I go there, will you not be able to go with me?
Be diminished, if at all able to. and kind of touches your head, and she kisses the top of your forehead, and you feel that kind of warm presence again. And she,
So can they just walk through it? Do they not need one of the amulets? Because if they did need one of the amulets, I would assume that they would have, that information would have been baked into that right there. But otherwise, this seems pretty in line with what I thought. It's like, this is going to the Shadowfell. Sarenrae saying that their reach can't go beyond the Divine Gate, which is strange. Because it's sort of I don't quite know how to interpret that. Because my understanding currently was that there was Divine Gate and all of the gods are out here. And then there is Material Plane. All of the PCs are in here. And so saying our reach can't go beyond the Divine Gate would just imply to me that, like, she's referencing, like, I can't go in here. But then that would mean that her presence would be exactly the same as it is in the material, right? Like, if this leads off to the Shadowfell, and the Shadowfell's inside the Divine Gate, why would Sarenrae's influence be different here than here? Especially in reference to the Divine Gate. If she had just said, you know, oh man, my fucking influence in the Shadowfell? No fucking way, bro. Or my influence there? No shot. Like, it's not happening. But it's confusing to me when it is put in terms of the Divine Gate. Because my sort of picture of the cosmos is that there's either inside the Divine Gate or outside. There's not like a third state of things for the planes, I guess. And the material is inside and the gods are outside. So I don't know why Sarenrae would have said that. Maybe it's just like a little bit of a cosmological flub on Matt's part. I don't know. Because I can't even really spin that in my head in a way that makes it make sense to me. So I don't know. I mean, the cultist was trying to run toward the orb. I mean, I assume that their necklaces that they're wearing are why they can go back and forth through the orb and it doesn't just kill them. And if that were the case, I would have expected some manner of hint on that. Like maybe that symbol was like floating above the vision that Pike just had or something to like draw them in that direction. And I guess I just assume all the cultists were wearing the necklaces. That seemed to be the case, but I could be wrong. Yeah. There's more Sarenrae can't go in person, not that powers, but it's definitely unclear. Yeah. Where the hell's with the Divine Gate? My current understanding of the cosmology is that the Divine Gate, it's like Shadowfell and Feywild, and then the 4 elemental planes, air, water, earth, fire, and then also theoretically the positive and negative plane, I believe. I believe these are all of the things that are inside the Divine Gate. Although the Shadowfell is kind of a question mark. We haven't gotten like confirmation on that, but we've gotten pretty good confirmation regarding the Feywild and the other 4 elemental planes. Everything else is outside of the Divine Gate. So the Hells would be outside of the Divine Gate, and when we got them going to the Hells during the Hunting Hodis arc, we had a sequence of them traversing through the holes in the Divine Gate. So yeah. But the Feywild is inside, so I would assume the Shadowfell would be inside as well, although I've had theories that maybe it was ejected at some point. Unclear.
Withdraws, and as she withdraws, the cold is even harder with her absence, because now the proximity of that shadow of this room, just the general sense of negative energy and death that emanates from this direction behind you. As soon as you watch her light vanish and you open your eyes again, you're chilled to the bone.
What'd you say?
Okay, well, it's a doorway, and we have to go there. It's the only way to stop this.
Stop what?
I don't know.
Well, we can't go through now.
Is this just like this now? Like the ziggurat and Whitestone?
I don't know. Can't we?
Yeah, we could.
Oh, fuck. But we're not even healed. They just went through. We're gonna go through and just die immediately.
No, we can't. We have to go at least find out if the spells are still affecting us.
Yeah,
If we go through and Pike's
Maybe
gone.
we should back out.
The last time I put my hand in the spear when it was black and it nearly tore me apart. We could try again.
It was just a doorway?
It was a doorway, and it opened into a city of sorts, and in the middle was an obsidian tower.
That's what I saw through the other one.
Okay.
Do I feel anything, sense anything
In what way?
from my patron?
Do you wish to try and concentrate there?
Yeah.
Make a wisdom check. D20, add your wisdom modifier.
My last luck of the day. Same thing. Shit. 7.
7. You try and concentrate and you get the sense of the proximity of this orb and something about the nature of this whole occurrence is interfering with your connection with your deity temporarily. You try and reach out to her, but nothing's returning your call.
Back out for a moment?
Yeah, let's step out of the range, see what happens.
Can we back out and see how far the range goes? Like, is it the same distance as our ziggurat?
So you drag the body, you said?
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the bodies.
Okay.
Which one, the Dark Paladin?
The one. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take the dark,
Last one.
the black guard, drag it behind you. The rest of you all continue down the pathway. You get to about where that T intersection was, and Pike, your brain goes numb once more.
Oh no.
Keyleth goes over to Pike and puts her palm on her head and casts Greater Restoration.
Okay. The spell immediately loses its hold, and you regain control of your facilities.
Disaster averted, Keyleth. I throw my arms around her and I just kiss her on her forehead and her cheeks.
Full on her lips.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, that was so
The
intense.
amount
Okay.
of saved us, it's nothing. I've learned it from you.
Okay. Do we need to talk to this dead person?
Yeah.
No.
No?
What?
We don't need to talk to the dead person?
Sorry, I was answering a different question.
Oh.
Continue.
Do it.
Okay, I'll speak with dead.
Okay, you guys speak with the dead. You watch the plate armor rouse ever so slightly as the fresh corpse begins to clink and tense against the metal plates. And you hear the creaking sound of breath trying to escape from the reedy, thin slit where apparently part of the dagger blow that you had shoved at the back of its neck went through and cut part of the vocal cords.
Oh, fucking gross.
You have its attention.
Is this one of the ones where his eye is missing, or is he one of those guys?
As you glance closer to the blackguard, because the helmet's still on, you'd have to pull the helmet off.
The guy who has
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's pull the helmet off.
Let's pull the helmet off for sure.
Pull the helmet off. It is missing its eye, yeah.
By the way, while this is all happening, I'm dragging Dodie out.
Okay.
I help. Trinket helps too, because he's
That's better.
stronger.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we want to know?
5 questions.
Why an eye is missing?
Yeah. I wanna know
How they access the gate.
How do you access
What is it?
Is
No.
well, she got 5.
Yeah. 5.
Is the
John,
gate
what would you
safe
ask?
for us to travel?
It said.
Is-
What did you say?
is a
It said
question.
like I want to know why the missing eyes. Yes, they said
Go
it
for
wrong.
Okay.
We'll work through it.
I've got my earring on. I can hear all. I stole
Number
mine
two,
from
work
her
order?
mansion.
Is it safe for any of us to get through the gate?
From through the you can see that the lips are kind of curled back against the teeth, and the skin is stretched tight against the skull. While once living, it definitely had some sort of necrotic twisting to its flesh, whether it be by proximity or practice. But the jaw is kind of open, and while the jaw doesn't move, you hear the escaping kind of thin air forming words that say, "You need
stones to pass on." Oh, the blade. Oh, or the blade. The spear. The jade thing?
Wait, the third
No.
Be hearty enough to survive its ravishing doorway.
Blades. What does he serve? Yeah. Who do you serve?
We are the remnants, small parts of the whole, given purpose to come together and remake the vessel of the Undying King.
I mean, really wasn't an answer, but fair enough. I got the point.
Why do you have one eye missing?
To bequeath ourselves the highest remnant order to the Whispered One is to gift our sight like he did and be granted knowledge he keeps.
There's only 2 more questions left.
A suggestion. How did Ripley return?
Not Ripley.
Well, that's it. That's what I have to say for my
Was that Delilah?
Yeah. Yes.
That's my question.
Yeah, I know. Right.
How did Delilah return?
I have one job.
It's stupid.
How did Delilah return?
I know not the means, but she is a powerful necromancer, and with the right preparation, even death can be averted.
I hope not. I mean, clearly, bro doesn't. I mean, literally, he says, "I don't know."
Or do they have plans to come to attack through the orbs? Or how many more orbs are there on this plane?
He didn't know the answer to the last one, really. So he might not know the answer.
Yeah. Are there plans to come through the orbs?
Is there
Yeah,
anything-
that's a great
What
point.
are your?
Is there anything that Delilah is afraid of?
No, he wouldn't know that.
What are your plans?
What is the remnant?
What are the remnants' plans?
The whisper becomes a slight chuckle. His return is nigh. The Whispered One will come. His acolytes will help him complete his destiny through the ritual of seeding. From within the gate he will rise, the solitary tyrant and lord of Exandria. And with the sole crown of creation guarded upon his hand, we who were his body will be rewarded with life eternal at his side. And the spell fades.
Did he not have one more?
No.
That was it.
Okay, all right, cool. My main question was answered, or I guess confirmed. Yeah. We need a key card.
Great.
As you sit here in the cavern, contemplating what these words mean, with the next step of your accelerated involvement in this plot. In tonight's episode. Ran a little over, guys, but 100th episode, that's a record. Yeah.
12:41. Oh
I-
my god.
Yeah, I don't
That's the longest we've ever gone. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Don't worry about it.
Those are still here hanging out. Thank you for staying. For those who don't, enjoy your two-parter.
Oh. Yeah, I enjoyed my two-parter, Matt. Maybe a little bit of a three-parter for me.
Tune in next week for a shopping episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Critical Role
Lionel,
goes to the beach.
Scanlan, Tyrion. Wow.
Cody. All of it.
The 8 characters on this side of the table.
Yeah, seriously. Well, dude, thank you again, John, for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for being part of our 100th episode. I'm going to go get my...
Thank you, Marvel Puzzle Quest.
All right. Thank you, Marvel Puzzle Quest. I came around. I am... Hey, I'm interested to see what Matt has set out, especially if once the players have a little bit of time to think about what's happening, if they decide to jump through, if they decide to not. I think it seems likely to me that they will go through the portal. That I don't know it to be sure, but if I was Matt, that is the direction I would be mostly prepping in. That seems like where they're kind of going. And I'm into it. I think it's a good... It's one of the good excuses for how to make sure that characters don't spend too much time preparing or getting other people involved. Like, I think one of the issues with the Chroma Conclave plot that Matt did solve, like I think he put in some legwork to solve it, is how does Vox Machina have a job separate from the giant army that will also be attacking? And like all of the allies that they're gathering that I want to also have an effect, right? And one of the issues with that is like, a timing thing, but it's also a sense of urgency thing. Like, Vox had plenty of time to gather allies. I think right now, this was pretty effective in feeling like something is happening, we don't know what, and we have no idea how much time we have to stop it. With the Chroma Conclave, it seemed like everything had kind of already happened. And like, yeah, maybe we were going towards something else, but it was vague and it wasn't very clear how fast it was coming. With this, it feels much more like a looming threat. I think Matt has established a solid timer here, where it's like, Delilah was going to do something here, and they stopped her, but she was also very willing to give it up, meaning that she probably has some other options. So either they stay here and they try to gather more information on the material plane, but even if they do that, they don't have a ton of time to prepare. They need to be very active. I think with Vox Machina, though, the shits, the super high intensity fucking training squad or whatever, I think it's much more likely that they jump through and maybe leave some of them behind to communicate to their allies in Mundus, or in the material. I think that seems far more likely to me, and it's a good setup for how to separate them from armies and a bunch of allies and all of that. Is make it feel very time relevant, very time pressured, and give them sort of a seemingly like one way. Yeah, maybe it's not one way, but seemingly mostly one way, like cross the threshold type access point. Speaking of all the crossing the event horizon, crossing the threshold stuff that we were talking about last stream, this orb, great example of what I mean when I talk about like crossing the event horizon. I think it's pretty reasonable for the entire party to expect that they will not have a lot of safety with which to do extended RP once they cross through that orb. So this is the sort of thing that I set up where I'm like, yeah, I don't really think about like last chance RP a lot. Because with the sort of stuff that I set up like this, it's pretty obvious when the last chance RP is. The danger foreshadowing is high enough that my players aren't like, what? We're in a super dangerous area? How'd that happen? I don't think any of the players are going to be surprised if they go through this orb and they're immediately in combat, or at least immediately in danger. So we'll see. But I'm broadly excited for this next bit. I'm very broadly excited. As Vecna, I'd be pissed that this low-level grunt is spilling his guts. I very much agree. I think a lot of GMs forget that bodies don't have to be truthful when, like, they get asked questions with Speak with Dead. I think they forget that it's not like a zone of truth on top of it. Because, yeah, it definitely feels like this cult member would not tell them shit. Maybe he would spill about, like, we are his body and we will live eternal at his side. Maybe he'd say that shit. But, yeah, you have to have the access pendant. Bro, that's fucking bad operational security there. Don't fucking just tell anyone about our fucking secret amulet access things. Keep it a little bit closer to the chest, bro. Pretty big how does he do it on Vecna being important that you've been predicting for the last 60 episodes or so. Well done. Thank you. It's honestly, I think if I had not been theorizing the whole time, like pausing and theorizing, because everything that I would start to think about the wider setup and the wider sort of cosmology and where everything could be going, it all just seemed to only point to Vecna. With the slight caveat that I might have considered Orcus more if I had not known from long, long ago that the second Horn of Orcus never comes back into play. I think if I wouldn't have known that, maybe I would have had a debate between Orcus and Vecna. If we're being real, especially given, like, the demons in Iman stuff, I probably would have thought it was a joint operation. If I wouldn't have known that there was no second Horn of Orcus coming back in, I would have thought that this was a team-up big bad scenario between Orcus and Vecna. But yeah, it just felt like what everything was pointed at. And kudos to Matt. You know, how does he do it for me? I think reflects onto Matt and the things that he has seeded throughout this. And when I was already in my Vecna mindset, there was a long list of things that continued to seemingly point back towards our friend Vecna. So but I still do feel pretty good about it. And I guess it's possible that it's still not Vecna, but this feels like probably the biggest how does he do it thing that I feel like I've probably nailed. So that's sick. That's very sick to feel right at the end too. I get the one. I got like a little taste of it with the teleportation circle in Whitestone. I got a little taste. But now, I think this is it. Oh, man. I can't believe we're in the final stretch. I know. And we're like back into normal-sized episodes after this, so it's not going to be as not probably a 3-parter, maybe this one, but these are a lot of 3-4 hour ones. We're back into reasonable timing. Oh, I forgot that you guys can't see it. There's like one 4.5 hour one, but the rest are pretty reasonably sized. It's nice to see Mega enthused again. I'm looking for excuses to like things. If I can at all help it. And I do love that she retreated. Successfully. Even how does he do it on the Shadowfell specifically before we had any real clue or indication? Fair enough. I'll take that. Look, when there's such an obvious hole, when we have so much about the Feywild and nothing about the Shadowfell, it felt like it called to me. But this is... I'm excited. Out of... Even compared to the Chroma Conclave, compared to a lot of the beginnings of quest lines, this one feels like the one that is pushing the players towards committal and towards action the best, I think. Even the Chroma Conclave, they executed their plan so perfectly and in such a way that Vox couldn't really interact with, at least in that session. Obviously, they knew about the orbs beforehand. They could have looked into it, and they didn't. But it's the Briarwoods, the Chroma Conclave. I believe that the Chroma Conclave, Thordak had some sort of plans with his whelps, probably. And the Briarwoods obviously had, we know, a plan regarding the sphere and the ziggurat. But this is the one where I feel like Matt has still kept the plan hidden. I still don't actually know what Vecna even wants to do. But I think that this hook, compared to either of the others, has made me the most worried that, it is imminent, whatever is happening. I think this is one of the best soft timers. Maybe on par with the Sun Tree, but even the Sun Tree was only after they had the whole interaction with the Briarwoods. That was an escalation of the time pressure, more than explicitly starting out a time pressure from scratch. Whereas this is sort of crafting a time pressure from scratch, and I think doing a really solid job of it. And on top of all of that, compared to the Briarwood arc, which had them having Seeker assume to go off and research the Briarwoods, fucking Orion is talking about summoning the Draconian Knights, dude. In maybe one of the best ways of isolating the party. This is maybe one of the best examples of isolating the party in combination with the time pressure, where they can't get a bunch of external help without it feeling like they are making an explicit choice, right? It didn't really feel that much of a cost-benefit analysis for them on the Briarwoods. They sent out some feelers. They still went there pretty quickly, but they took some time. They didn't rush things. They took some time in the town itself. They always had the pressure at their back. This isn't me necessarily being down on the Briarwood arc, especially for being earlier in the campaign. But I think for the end of the campaign, this has isolated them away from any of the things that might have allowed them to paralyze themselves, analysis paralysis themselves, while also giving them a timer to push them forward. I think he has really eliminated some of the most common sources or abilities for players to lock themselves in analysis paralysis with this specifically. So for all that I said leading up to it, and I think that it's unfortunate that it was on episode 100 and there was like a lot of other things happening on it, I still like it quite a lot. I still like it quite a bit. So, yeah. I thought the final episode was really long. It might be. That's fair. I haven't looked too far ahead in the playlist. Yeah. I like this arc a lot. It's my personal favorite. I forgot about that Orion moment. Any specific predictions for what is to come? I mean, especially based on what we've heard and based on like the body allegory stuff. I think when they talk about like we are his body, I think it is literal. Or I think it will be literal. I think possibly the cultists think it's figurative. But I think I think he is going to be a big fucking amalgam of bodies. Like, I think he's going to be like a flesh golem monster. Whatever vessel Vecna ends up inhabiting will be this sort of amalgam of all of his followers. And I could see Delilah sort of acting as his eye. And maybe we'll see some other people. Maybe Silas will be on his hand. Maybe Riskel will be somewhere near his appendix. I don't know. But I think he's going to be a big, scary flesh golem. And beyond that, I mean, it's tough to say. It seems like the ziggurats might be relevant. I think we might be looking at a recreation of the cataclysm or whatever it is. What is it? Exu calamity. It'd be like I think we might be looking at Vecna trying to like redo what he did during the calamity. The implication that I got from that last follower is that it was very much like a material kingdom, not like our God will rise up and defeat all of the false gods and become the one and only, defeat everyone else in the pantheon sort of thing. It seemed very material focused, but also hard to take a peon's word for it. I don't think we've gotten any particular insight as to Vecna's plans, because everyone that we've heard reference them, I don't really think is a reliable source of information on that. So my most complete thought is that Vecna wants to return the world to the primordial chaos from which it began, and that will probably end up with him killing a bunch of the other gods, but maybe he'd be happy with them being subservient to him as well. And so he's gonna crash everything back into the material plane and then rule over that. The only question mark in my head is that they said they would form the body in the gate, I believe. Yeah, from within the gate, he will rise. Which sounds like weirdly specific, but also I have no idea what it could mean. So, yeah. And I think we also might see a little bit of a sort of spiritual successor or an escalation in terms of the way that this event affects the rest of the material plane. I think he might start with crashing the Shadowfell into the material plane, So then the entire material is all dark and shit. And it's possible that we might go on like a little bit of like a world hopping event where Vecna is going to be going from plane to plane, trying to crash them all back into the material. So it's like, okay, first it's the Shadowfell, then it's the Feywild, then it's the Hells, then it's fucking the Beastlands, then it's Mechanus. Now, they would almost certainly have to stop him early. Like, there's almost no way that he's gonna get substantial progress on that sort of mission in 15 episodes. But he might get one or two. And it might result in, like, the material plane, like, starting to take on these weird behaviors as we start to see what everything looks like as it's sort of recombined. We get to see familiar places from earlier in the campaign, but changed and warped by the influence of the planes that Vecna has grabbed and dragged back into the material. I don't know. I guess that'll be my working theory. And that could also be part of why the Kraken is like, oh, fucking, I've got a plan. Is because Vecna might even have some contacts on each plane that are like ready to help him drag everything back into the material. And maybe the Kraken is going to help drag the water plane back into the material. I could see that. I don't know. Sam will definitely ask who is his dick. True. He would. He's not doing a Jesus and becoming an emperor of the material plane. I mean, I think he will, but it'll sort of be I think it's more of like an emperor of all creation sort of thing, rather than specifically the material. Like, he's going to recombine everything as well. I think he's going to be part of it. But we'll see. We'll see when we come back for episode 101. Thank you so much for joining me for this. That episode was a roller coaster. It had its ups and downs, but I'm excited for what's to come. I'm excited for the final stretch, and I will see you the next time I stream it, sometime next week. Thank you so much for joining. Have a good rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.